Yeah.
You're going live one time?
Well, we go live here, but it doesn't mean that she live on the YouTube.
Let's go live one time.
She going live one time?
Let's go live one time.
She going live one time? Yep.
Yes.
All right, so stop it. Stop it or stop it?
Guys, I'm back. Aye. Aye.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. I am Ajay Data, Chairman, Universal Acceptance Steering Group from India. I could not be present physically with you, but I am here virtually. Universal Acceptance Day is going to mark the world's largest multi-stakeholder event, probably, and going to create a history for all of us. You and me have joined up together to make this possible. Without us, this was not possible. What is UA Day? UA Day is going to create an awareness about universal acceptance, which will bring billions of people online. I am happy to share today we are holding 53 events across 42 countries. This is one of its kind initiative led by Universal Acceptance Steering Group. I congratulate you for holding this event in your region. This is going to mark a very, very special moment annually because we are going to celebrate UA Day on 28th of March every year and raise awareness globally. Why it is important? Important is universal acceptance of all domain names and all email addresses is not just one person's job. It is for everyone. It is for government, academia, technical community, software developers, business houses, almost everyone gets impacted and they need to do their task to ensure that almost 60% of the world's population which do not speak English as a first language able to adopt IDNs and EIs as good as we use our ASCII domain names. With these thoughts, I am going to leave all of you together to have a wonderful, wonderful deliberation, create an awareness in your region, ensure that stakeholders are fully motivated, charged to ensure that they have UA readiness in their systems. Government create policies, business houses make softwares, technical community support them to ensure that all softwares, all applications are UA ready. I wish you all the best to celebrate Universal Acceptance Day. Thank you very much.
Imagine having no internet access. Imagine having no mobile communication services. Imagine a community without telecommunication services. Do you live in such a community? Then you fall within the digital divide. The Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago strives for accessibility, inclusivity, and connectivity for everyone. We work with the government and service providers to close the digital divide in TNT so that no one is left behind. TAT is the regulator of the telecommunications and broadcasting sectors in TNT. Connecting people by closing the digital divide is part of what we do.
My name is Christian Dawson, and I am the executive director of an organization called the Internet Infrastructure Coalition. Universal acceptance is extremely important to us because we operate a lot of systems that run the internet. Universal acceptance is an outreach campaign to all of the people that build internet-connected systems, and what's super important about it is that to reach the promise of a multilingual internet, it doesn't just take the core domain name systems, the core systems that operate the naming and numbering systems of the internet. Everybody needs to update their systems to comply with their current standards. And that's the only way that we're going to reach the promise of a true multilingual internet.
Abdelmanem Galila, Egypt. I am working for the telecom regulator of Egypt as the numbering planning manager and responsible for the operate CCT LED of Egypt. I have many positions within Universal Acceptance Steering Group. For me, universal acceptance is considered the life for someone who would like to access the internet using his or her own local language. A life for someone to be connected online. So if you are working for the government and want to have the governmental services to be accessed to all the citizens using their own local language. If you are academia and would like to have universal acceptance to be considered for the future trends to help the new user to be connected online, please go for adoption of universal acceptance.
My name is Hadi Al-Minyawi. I'm with the at-large community. Universal acceptance is a universal approach that promotes one's identity and cultural diversity, allowing different people and different communities to access the internet in their own language. I hope you join me and members of the USG in making your systems UA ready.
The ability to fully communicate in your language and script is important, regardless of the medium. Many people around the world cannot experience the full benefits of the internet in their own language simply because they're unable to use a domain name or email address in their language and script of choice. This challenge can be solved. Universal acceptance ensures that all domain names and email addresses work in all software applications for today's internet users and the next billion that will be coming online in the coming years. ICANN.org and the ICANN community are committed to working with key stakeholders around the world to achieve universal acceptance. We hope you can join us. These are exciting times.
Universal acceptance is a priority for ICANN, not just in promoting awareness around the world and in the DNS industry, but internally as an organization. ICANN.org's engineering and IT team has been working to make our own internal systems and applications UA and EAI ready. We've updated many of our systems to accept, validate, process, store, and display non-ASCII characters and long and short TLDs and IDNs. We're currently working closely with our email security vendor to test and ensure that ICANN will be able to support EAI in the near future. By working to make our systems UA ready, ICANN.org is looking to set an example and provide insight to help other organizations achieve UA readiness. Learn how you can too. Thank you.
If you're a business leader, you should claim first mover advantage by updating your systems to be universal acceptance ready. Universal acceptance allows your customers anywhere around the world to use domain names or email addresses in their own native language or script. As more people come online from all corners of the globe, businesses that support internationalized domain names and email addresses can tap into unmet demand and capture new revenue streams from global customers. Is your business UA ready?
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. I am Ajay Data, Chairman, Universal Acceptance Steering Group from India. I could not be present physically with you, but I am here virtually. Universal Acceptance Day is going to mark the world's largest multi-stakeholder event, probably, and going to create a history for all of us. You and me have joined up together to make this possible. Without us, this was not possible. What is UA Day? UA Day is going to create an awareness about universal acceptance, which will bring billions of people online. I am happy to share today we are holding 53 events across 42 countries. This is one of its kind initiative led by Universal Acceptance Steering Group. I congratulate you for holding this event in your region. This is going to mark a very, very special moment annually because we are going to celebrate UA Day on 28th of March every year and raise awareness globally. Why it is important? Important is universal acceptance of all domain names and all email addresses is not just one person's job. It is for everyone. It is for government, academia, technical community, software developers, business houses, almost everyone gets impacted and they need to do their task to ensure that almost 60% of the world's population which do not speak English as a first language able to adopt IDNs and EIs as good as we use our ASCII domain names. With these thoughts, I am going to leave all of you together to have a wonderful, wonderful deliberation, create an awareness in your region, ensure that stakeholders are fully motivated, charged to ensure that they have UA readiness in their systems. Government create policies, business houses make softwares, technical community support them to ensure that all softwares, all applications are UA ready. I wish you all the best to celebrate Universal Acceptance Day. Thank you very much.
Imagine having no internet access. Imagine having no mobile communication services. Imagine a community without telecommunication services. Do you live in such a community? Then you fall within the digital divide. The Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago strives for accessibility, inclusivity, and connectivity for everyone. We work with the government and service providers to close the digital divide in TNT so that no one is left behind. TAT is the regulator of the telecommunications and broadcasting sectors in TNT. Connecting people by closing the digital divide is part of what we do.
My name is Christian Dawson, and I am the executive director of an organization called the Internet Infrastructure Coalition. Universal acceptance is extremely important to us because we operate a lot of systems that run the internet. Universal acceptance is an outreach campaign to all of the people that build internet-connected systems, and what's super important about it is that to reach the promise of a multilingual internet, it doesn't just take the core domain name systems, the core systems that operate the naming and numbering systems of the internet. Everybody needs to update their systems to comply with their current standards. And that's the only way that we're going to reach the promise of a true multilingual internet.
Abdelmanem Galila, Egypt. I am working for the telecom regulator of Egypt as the numbering planning manager and responsible for the operate CCT LED of Egypt. I have many positions within Universal Acceptance Steering Group. For me, universal acceptance is considered the life for someone who would like to access the internet using his or her own local language. A life for someone to be connected online. So if you are working for the government and want to have the governmental services to be accessed to all the citizens using their own local language. If you are academia and would like to have universal acceptance to be considered for the future trends to help the new user to be connected online, please go for adoption of universal acceptance.
My name is Hadi Al-Minyawi. I'm with the at-large community. Universal acceptance is a universal approach that promotes one's identity and cultural diversity, allowing different people and different communities to access the internet in their own language. I hope you join me and members of the USG in making your systems UA ready.
The ability to fully communicate in your language and script is important, regardless of the medium. Many people around the world cannot experience the full benefits of the internet in their own language simply because they're unable to use a domain name or email address in their language and script of choice. This challenge can be solved. Universal acceptance ensures that all domain names and email addresses work in all software applications for today's internet users and the next billion that will be coming online in the coming years. ICANN.org and the ICANN community are committed to working with key stakeholders around the world to achieve universal acceptance. We hope you can join us. These are exciting times.
Universal acceptance is a priority for ICANN, not just in promoting awareness around the world and in the DNS industry, but internally as an organization. ICANN.org's engineering and IT team has been working to make our own internal systems and applications UA and EAI ready. We've updated many of our systems to accept, validate, process, store, and display non-ASCII characters and long and short TLDs and IDNs. We're currently working closely with our email security vendor to test and ensure that ICANN will be able to support EAI in the near future. By working to make our systems UA ready, ICANN.org is looking to set an example and provide insight to help other organizations achieve UA readiness. Learn how you can too. Thank you.
If you're a business leader, you should claim first mover advantage by updating your systems to be universal acceptance ready. Universal acceptance allows your customers anywhere around the world to use domain names or email addresses in their own native language or script. As more people come online from all corners of the globe, businesses that support internationalized domain names and email addresses can tap into unmet demand and capture new revenue streams from global customers. Is your business UA ready?
Good morning, everyone. And since this is an online event, I wish to acknowledge those of you who may be streaming from other parts of the globe, especially those in a different time zone. Welcome to this Universal Acceptance Day event. It is our hope that at the end of this program, you will better understand the importance of universal acceptance, and we are excited to do our part in making this a reality. My name is Dr. Claire Craig, and I am the Secretary of LACRALO, which is Latin America and the Caribbean Regional at-Large Organization, a structure within the Internet Corporation of Assigned Names and Numbers, ICANN. And it gives me great pleasure to be the moderator of today's Universal Acceptance Day event. The UA Day is hosted by the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago and co-sponsored by ICANN. It is held in collaboration with LACRALO, as well as two of our at-large, that is Internet End User Associations in Trinidad and Tobago. These are the Trinidad and Tobago Computer Society, a founding member of LACRALO since 2006, and the Internet Society of Trinidad and Tobago, a long-standing member since 2012. Before we go further, I would like to bring your attention to a few housekeeping rules which flashed across the screen a short while ago, but let's just go to the housekeeping rules for the event today. Yes, next slide, please. Right. This event is being recorded. Your mics and cameras will be off and your mics and cameras will be muted and off, except if you're giving a contribution, then you will be directed to turn it on. You are encouraged to use the chat, but remember, if you want to ask a question or make a comment, please use the following format. That is, put the less than or equal to signs in front of question or comment so that they will be read out by the moderator. Or you may raise your hand directly if you wish to ask your question during the question and answer period. To raise your hand, select the reactions button and click raise hand. Please remember to lower your hand after your contribution. Also, keep your contribution short, no more than 2 minutes. If you have not changed if you're not logged on with your full name, please change it at this point in time. We have a packed schedule today, so let me move straight into the schedule. Next slide, please. Okay, let me just go through the schedule quickly then. We have a short opening ceremony, which would be a welcome from Mrs. Cynthia Reddock-Downs, the CEO of TAT. Then we have another set of remarks from Mr. Niran Bihari, the past president of the Internet Society of Trinidad and Tobago. Then we move right into the technical sessions. We start with Mr. Albert Daniels, the Senior Manager, Stakeholder Engagement for the Caribbean. Then Dr. Ajay Data, the Chairman of the Universal Acceptance Stakeholder Group. And Mr. Mark, sorry, Mr. Mark Datis Gel, the Internet Governance and Policy Consultant for the GNSO Council of ICANN, and Mr. Daniel Fink, the stakeholder. And then Daniel will speak to us about what's next steps, and we go into the closing event. So without further ado, let me introduce Mrs. Cynthia Reddock-Downs. Next slide, right, next slide. Mrs. Cynthia Reddock Downs is the Chief Executive Officer of the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. By profession, a chartered accountant, she also has a BSc degree in Industrial Management from the University of the West Indies with certification in Systems Analysis and Design. She has worked with the authority since inception of 2004 and in so doing has facilitated and developed the ICTs in Trinidad and Tobago, including the development of a competitive telecommunications and broadcasting industry. Since 2013, she has represented Trinidad and Tobago as the Vice Chair of the ITU Regional Group for Latin America and the Caribbean. She has the Study Group 3, responsible for developing international standards in the areas of policy, economics, and accounting. Cynthia is also a member of the ITU Focus Group on Digital Financial Services, with a focus on responsibility for development and international standards of the DFS, which are now published. So let's move straight and have Mrs. Downs here bring our remarks. Thank you, Mrs. Dunn.
Thank you very much, Claire, and good morning, everyone. It is indeed a great pleasure to be here with you this morning. Dr. Anjay Data, Chairman, Universal Acceptance Steering Group, USG. Mr. Albert Daniels, Senior Manager, Stakeholder Engagement, the Caribbean Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, ICANN. Mr. Daniel Fink, Stakeholder Engagement Director, Brazil, ICANN. Mr. Mark Natisgel, Internet Governance and Policies Consultant and Director of Governments and Primer, and member of Generic Names Supporting Organization, GNSO Council. Dr. Claire Craig, Secretary of Latin American and Caribbean Islands, Regional at-Large Organization, LACRALO, and Director of Research, Caribbean Network Operators Group, CaribNOG. Mr. Niran Bihari, past President of the Internet Society of Trinidad and Tobago, ISOC-TT. Mr. Dev Anand Tilaksing, Director and Secretary of Trinidad and Tobago Computer Society, TTCS. Mr. Raj Ramdas, Director at Restore a Sense of ICANN, RSC International Limited. Distinguished guests, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. It is indeed an honor for the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago to partner with LACRALO to host this virtual seminar to raise awareness and to celebrate Universal Acceptance Day. LACRALO is a community group of the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, ICANN. Universal acceptance, or UA, is a technical requirement that ensures all valid domain names and email addresses, regardless of script, language, or character length, can be equally used by all Internet-enabled applications, devices, and systems. It is essential for creating an inclusive, accessible, and trustworthy digital environment that benefits everyone without barriers or discrimination. The Universal Acceptance Steering Group, UASG, has established and spearheaded various activities and initiatives to promote universal acceptance. These initiatives aim to develop and promote technical standards and best practices that ensure that all digital systems and platforms are able to recognize and accept all domain names and other identifiers, including those in non-Latin scripts and characters. Founded in 2015, the USAG is comprised of representatives from more than 120 companies, including those like Apple, Google, and Microsoft, governments, and community groups. The concept of universal acceptance seeks to fulfill the promise of the Internet for all. This is critical to facilitate a multilingual internet, whereby users worldwide can navigate in their local languages. People worldwide increasingly rely on digital technologies for communication, commerce, and other aspects of daily life. However, without universal acceptance, certain groups or individuals may be excluded from accessing essential services or opportunities, leading to inequality and disadvantage. Therefore, universal acceptance is important for several reasons, such as promoting inclusivity and trust at every level, regardless of your language, culture, or location, and recognition of your human right to equal access and participation in the digital world. It also promotes innovation by enabling the use of new and emerging technologies, such as non-Latin scripts and characters, thereby expanding the range of services and products available to users. It also facilitates business growth by expanding the potential customer base by ensuring digital services and products are accessible to all. Ladies and gentlemen, TAC firmly believes that every individual has a right of access to digital resources as a fundamental human right, and has been working to make that so in Trinidad and Tobago. We consistently seek to bridge the digital divide and bring inclusion to everyone. In the last year alone, we have implemented several initiatives to bring access to persons nationwide. We have been working with one of our providers and the Tobago House of Assembly, the Ministry of Digital Transformation, and the communities of St. John's Parish in Tobago in implementing a broadband infrastructure initiative that will set the gold standard for many universal service projects to come. Propelled by our responsibility for promoting digital inclusion and supporting smart living for all, the authority continued its national Wi-Fi initiative, TT Wi-Fi, in collaboration with the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. We have implemented public Wi-Fi access at 12 transportation hubs, including Public Transport Service Corporation terminals and ferry terminals in Trinidad and Tobago, 23 national libraries, 16 out of 162 health institutions so far, which we intend to support, and 48 primary schools. This is what we've done so far. We have assisted 160 individuals through our Persons with Disabilities initiative, and we hope to provide assistance to many thousands more with the provision of subsidized smartphones, and in collaboration with the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, the CTU, we implemented the Caribbean Video Assistance Service, CVAS. CVAS assists persons with sight or hearing improvements in moving around their communities to conduct necessary business, such as making doctor's appointments, grocery shopping, and other activities. Beyond this, the authority is also working with the partners, ITU, and the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, ITU being the International Telecommunications Union, on a unique and vital project for fisherfolk. The Smart Seas Toolkit for Disaster Resilience, or Smart Seas project, aims to increase resilience and ultimately save the lives of Caribbean small-scale fishers through ICTs. This project is initially being implemented in Trinidad and Tobago, which serves as the Maritime Rescue Coordination Center for Barbados, Grenada, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The Smart Seas project is a joint initiative of the International Telecommunications Union, the Caribbean Telecommunication Union, and the authority, supported by the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Ladies and gentlemen, this UA Day activity is one of TAT's actions to ensure the widest inclusion of every participant in our developing digital nation. Achieving universal acceptance requires a coordinated effort from various stakeholders, including governments, organizations, and technical experts. TAT has chosen to be one of them. While there are challenges to achieving universal acceptance, there are also significant benefits, including increased accessibility, user satisfaction, and economic growth. Today's session aims at overcoming one of the most critical challenges of universal acceptance: lack of awareness of the concept, the need for it, and taking the necessary steps to ensure that websites, applications, and services are universally accessible. At this engaging seminar, you would hear from leading experts in the field who will share their insights on the benefits of universal acceptance, the challenges faced in achieving it, and what we in the Caribbean can do to make it happen. I welcome all of you from academia, our local internet service providers, the business community, and government organizations to participate in this fruitful discussion. It is by working together we can achieve universal acceptance. Thank you, and may you have a knowledge-filled, enriching day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Reda Dungs, for setting the tone for today's event, as well as for sharing TAT's commitment to Internet for All, and for walking us through some of the initiatives that the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, some of your projects that you are doing locally, as well as with some of our CARICOM neighbors. We now turn to Mr. Niran Bihari for his comments. Let me just read Mr. Bihari's bio. You could just put Mr. Bihari's bio up on the, please. Okay, while they find it, I will just, Mr. Bihari is a Caribbean technologist, researcher, project manager, and engineer. He holds multiple degrees and certifications, inclusive of a B.Eng Material Science and Engineering from the Imperial College, M.Eng Civil Engineering, and a BSc in Computing and Information Systems, University of London. He has 20 years experience, having worked in several sectors within the Caribbean and globally, inclusive of ICT, finance, civil engineering, industrial design, logistics, and environmental management. His introduction to internet governance came with him being one of the founding members of the Internet Society of Trinidad and Tobago chapter in 2011, and serving as an executive, as the assistant secretary, then serving as vice chair from 2017, and subsequently chair from 2019 to 2022. He is now the past chair or past president, some of us say. He also assisted in drafting the ATLAD Summit 2 working group, which is called Atlas 2 Statement in 2014, as a member of the ICANN at-large community. So I now turn you over to Mr. Bihari to give his remarks.
Good morning, Claire. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. I am very rarely speechless, but after that wonderful overview that Ms. Downs gave, there's very little for me to say, interestingly enough. As part of the Lacralo community, as one of the ALSs within the Caribbean and Latin American region, UA is particularly important considering that within the Caribbean region alone, we have Spanish, English, Dutch, French, as well as many native and indigenous communities that are not or have not traditionally been covered. And as such, within our community, working with these bodies have proven challenging, especially in terms of getting some of them online and embracing online and digital technologies. Universal acceptance goes a long way in addressing these concerns. With approximately 5 billion people on the planet right now, with no internet access, and we expect at least 1 billion of those to be coming online within the next 10 years, within the Caribbean region and Latin America by extension. This is important for us to make sure that the culture and the economic and cultural benefits are spread and accessible to all that get access to this digital technology. As the technology proliferates, it is our genuine hope that this acts as a spur economic activity and cultural activity among all shareholders. And we look forward to the conversation and discussions to take place for later today. Thank you. Short and sweet.
Thank you so much, Niran. Based on the opening remarks of both Mrs. Reddock-Downs and Niran Bihari, I'm sure you have already begun to see some of the challenges and benefits of having an event of universal acceptance, so that we can talk to you about, help you to become more aware of why this is important for us in this region. So without further ado, we now turn to Mr. Albert Daniels, the manager of, okay, so let me read Albert's bio for you. Albert joined the ICANN in 2013. He is located in St. Lucia and is a member of the ICANN Global Stakeholder Engagement Team for Latin America and the Caribbean. As an ICANN Senior Manager for Stakeholder Engagement for the Caribbean, he leads engagement in 32 Caribbean territories and also leads specialized projects in the ICANN Latin America and the Caribbean regional strategy. Albert's responsibilities include developing and executing the organization's strategic and tactical objectives in the Caribbean region. Prior to working at ICANN, Albert served as an information systems and information security auditor, ICT consultant, and Creative Technology Solutions Limited. He also held the position of Regional IT Manager at KPMG Eastern Caribbean and Account IT Trainer, Group IT Director at CHL Group in St. Lucia. Albert served on several national boards in St. Lucia and has a broad internet technology experience, having introduced, for some reason I can't see that. Sorry, the bottom line is cut out. Having introduced the internet to St. Lucia in 1993. So I now turn you over to Albert Daniels, who will give us an overview of what is universal acceptance. Albert?
Thank you so much, Claire. Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen and colleagues, and also stakeholders from the various stakeholder groups that are present on this call today. My task is going to be to lay the foundation for this morning's proceedings in terms of giving an explanation of what this whole concept of universal acceptance is all about. During the presentation, we would look at the concept of language and domain names on the internet and how universal acceptance ensures that the users of the internet have both a freedom of choice and linguistic autonomy when they use the internet. What is actually happening is that we are seeing tremendous innovation with regard to the internet. And with innovation and new opportunities also come from time to time certain challenges. And the challenge of allowing individuals across the globe to use the internet in their own language and their own script is one that we need to address and face right now. And this is why it's so important for us to actually pay some attention to this concept of universal acceptance. The first thing that we need to understand is that we sometimes make the assumption that the main language used on the internet is English. But as we look at the data on this slide, we see that English comes in at the third position with regard to the languages used on the internet. We have these other languages: Mandarin, Spanish, Hindi, Bengali, Portuguese, Russian, and Japanese. And the interesting thing about all of these other languages that are listed on this slide compared to English is that they use what we call a different script to English. In English, we use the letters A to Z and the numbers from 0 to 9, but these other languages have a different script that is used for communication. So what this states is that we now have to pay attention to these millions of users worldwide who are using scripts that are different to English. So that is one issue. And the other interesting thing is that when we look at how the use of the internet is growing, we see that there are several areas on this particular chart where there are still low numbers of internet users coming online. And the interesting thing about that particular situation is that these new users may be coming online in languages other than the English language, which means that we need to be ready for them to actually be able to use the internet in their native languages and their native scripts. And we also see in certain areas where there is a growing density of internet users that the main script used, for example, in parts of India and Asia, the main script used in those areas is not the script that we use when we are actually using the English language. And what the data also shows is that we want to open up our economies to many new users who may be coming to take advantage of our products and services from different languages using different scripts. And we want to take advantage. For example, in the Caribbean, we know we have visitors from all over the world, and we do not want to miss a booking reservation on a flight or at one of our hotels from somebody who happens to be using an email address in a foreign script to us, in a different script other than the Latin script, simply because our computer systems were not able to accept that email address. So in order to understand what universal acceptance is all about, we need to look at another perhaps esoteric topic, the topic of the domain name system. We all use the internet. We all know what Instagram, Facebook, the World Wide Web, and email is, but sometimes we are not always as familiar with what allows all of those applications to work. And a very important part of internet infrastructure is what we refer to as the domain name system. Now, in that domain name system, we have internet protocol addresses, which are referred to as IP addresses. And those are the numbers that you see sometimes when you are configuring your internet router at home. Some of us may have seen numbers like 192.168, et cetera, And on this slide, the number 208.80.154.224 is an example of one of those IP addresses. And the thing about it is that every device which is connected to the internet must have one of these unique identifiers. And this unique identifier, this IP address, is not always easy for us human beings to remember. So if I said to Claire, for example, I want you to go to the TAT website and you need to go to 208.80.154.224, she may not remember that number tomorrow if she needs to go to the TAT website again. So what we have come up with in ICANN, which is the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers in collaboration with stakeholders all over the world, is this domain name system that allows us to use names instead of IP addresses. So if we wanted to go to the TAT website, we might be able to use something like tat.tt, or if we wanted to go to Facebook, we would use facebook.com or instagram.com or ctu.int, because those domain names are a way of expressing our ideas, projects, and brands, and they are much easier for human beings to remember. And the domain name system works by translating these domain names into IP addresses. And in the structure of a domain name, we have several parts. We have the HTTPS, and that we are all familiar with, and the www, followed by a label, and then finally a top-level domain name. And on this screen, you are seeing some examples of two different types of top-level domain names. And the top-level domain name is simply what comes after the last dot in a website domain name. So we are all familiar with facebook.com. So the .com would be a top-level domain name. We are also familiar with domain names like isoc.org. So the .org would be a top-level domain name. That would be what we refer to as a generic top-level domain name. .org, .org, .edu, and so on. And in addition to the top-level domain names, the generic top-level domain names, the GTLDs, we also have country code top-level domain names. For example, in the case of Trinidad and Tobago, the country code top-level domain name is .tt. In the case of Barbados, .bb. In the case of St. Lucia, .lc. In the case of Jamaica, .jm. And all of these are CCTLDs. Those are top-level domains that are at the end of the domain name in this structure of a domain name. The very last thing that you see after the last dot would be the top-level domain name. And then there are two types. Also, when we use email addresses as well have a structure. My email address, for example, is albert.daniels. That's the user at ICANN. ICANN is the label .org. Again, there is another example of a top-level generic domain name .org. In this example on the screen, what you are seeing is an example of something that we call an IDN, an internationalized top-level, generic top-level domain name. And what this means is that instead of using the Latin script as the top-level domain name, the top-level domain name in this case is using Chinese characters, which are non-Latin characters. So in this particular example of an email address, what we are seeing is something different to what we are accustomed to in the English-speaking world. We are seeing this generic internationalized top-level domain name. And the question is, will this email address work on our systems? And that is the real issue. So we actually continue. So traditionally, the situation was that top-level domain names were exclusively those 2 or 3 letters long, and only allowed for the digits 0 to 9, lowercase letters A to Z or uppercase letters A to Z, and punctuation symbols. All of these are what were traditionally accepted for top-level domain names in the Latin script. So in cases, for example, where we had a top-level domain name like .exp as what would be used to represent example, with the evolution of the internet, instead of sticking to a 3-character top-level domain name, we can actually use the entire word example. So .example would be the top-level domain name that would be used in this particular case. So what has happened in the internet with the domain name system is that we have seen over 1,200 new top-level domain names introduced into the internet. So we now have top-level domain names which are longer than the 3 characters, like .education, .hotels, .business, .cars, and so on. And not only that, but we also have top-level domain names which have been internationalized. And what that means is that they are expressed in foreign characters, such as Chinese and even Arabic, which has characters that are read not from left to right, but from right to left. So ICANN and its engineers and the Internet Engineering Task Force have established a situation where all of these new top-level domain names actually work perfectly on the internet from a technical standpoint. So these new top-level domain names are actually accepted and they work well. And we have seen also email address internationalization, which means that email addresses are also able to be used with those longer top-level domain names and those internationalized top-level domain names. And it is important to understand that email address internationalization has nothing to do with the content of the email that you are sending. And it has everything to do with the structure and the description of the email address. So when we talk about universal acceptance, we are not talking about what the users in all of these different parts of the world are actually talking about on the internet or displaying on their websites. What we are talking about is how the names of their websites and their email addresses are actually expressed using various non-Latin scripts. So when all of these related elements are taken into consideration together, we have the foundations of what we refer to as universal acceptance. And universal acceptance is a concept. It is the idea that all computer systems all over the world should comply with standards that treat all top-level domains in a consistent manner, allowing for the generation of greater linguistic and commercial freedom in the use of top-level domain names. So having identified this situation of wanting all top-level domain names to be fully accepted, the Universal Acceptance Steering Group was established around 2015 and has been working since then to lead and coordinate universal acceptance efforts around the world by uniting the different partners, commissioning studies, and producing materials that would create a situation where all of the top-level domain names that are available actually work on various systems. The Universal Acceptance Steering Group Committee is a global group of volunteers and contractors who all work together, and they research, they establish and analyze tools for communication, materials, and all of the other tasks necessary that are important to ensure that universal acceptance is available to everyone. And here are some of the key reasons why universal acceptance is important. Of course, we always seek to comply with technical standards when we are using any system, but very importantly, the concept of universal acceptance seeks to give the freedom of choice to individuals across the globe to use the internet in their language, to communicate in their script, and to ensure that their websites and emails are comfortably being used and work well in their own script, which gives, of course, a better experience for the next billion internet users who will be coming online. And when all of these email addresses and website names work properly, then we have a prevention of the customer support issues that could arise due to system incompatibility. And the end result is that we empower billions of users all over the world to be able to use the internet in their languages and in their scripts. So the Universal Acceptance Steering Group works by applying the attention of various working groups which focus on different areas. There's a working group that focuses on technology and oversees and recommends the technology standards that are used by different systems. We have a group that is looking specifically at email addresses and email addresses that are using those non-Latin scripts. We have a group that's doing research and identifying the gaps and assessing the need for action when it comes to universal acceptance. Of course, there's a very important communications group which promotes universal acceptance events and activities. And there are many local initiatives like this Universal Acceptance Day today in Trinidad and Tobago, where users can learn more about universal acceptance at their own country level. And it's important to understand that universal acceptance is not about the content, but more about a focus on ensuring that the technical standards that are available are applied in all systems. And when we really want to understand what universal acceptance is about, we look at these 5 verbs. We say that a domain name or an email address has to be accepted, validated, stored, and processed properly by any system that we have to put that web address or that email address through. Acceptance means that a user can input characters in their local script in the text box. Validation means that when this data is checked, that it is not automatically identified as not being valid. We should be able to store the text, process the text, and of course, display the text on the screen. So these 5 verbs all need to be in place for universal acceptance to be working as it should. And the problem arises where any one of these steps is not happening as it should. So in this case, for example, if a website address or an email address cannot be stored on a system, then the entire system breaks down and universal acceptance is not present on that particular system. So this is why it's so important for us to speak to developers, speak to website managers, speak to programmers, so that they understand that each of the different phases, what needs to be done in order for universal acceptance to work as it should. So what we see here is a text box in this example indicating that a valid email address is actually invalid, because we know that this particular email address, which actually reads in the opposite direction to English, we know that this email address works fine on the internet because it has been tested as an internationalized domain name and it has been proven to work. But when we try to enter this email address in some systems, the system comes back and mistakenly indicates that this is not a valid email address. And this is the problem. A valid email address or valid website is being misrecognized as one that is invalid. And this is what we are trying to fix. So this particular slide gives an idea of the extent to which universal acceptance is in place. And this data is coming from 2022. And what we are showing here is that the traditional email addresses, the short ones, are accepted at far higher rates than the IDNs, than the internationalized email addresses. And when we look at the email addresses where new scripts are being used, we see that a lot of work needs to be done in order for these email addresses to be fully accepted. So there is a role for the various parts of the stakeholder community to contribute to making sure that universal acceptance is fully deployed. Businesses have a role to play by encouraging everyone that they interact with to check their systems. For example, when a business is putting out a request for proposals for new systems, one of the things that can be done is that they can actually request that the programmers make sure that the systems are UA ready, that the systems are universally acceptance ready. And the same thing can be done by governments when they are asking for project proposals for various systems. The governments can request that those systems are universally acceptance ready. And also civil society and the technical communities have major roles to play when it comes to ensuring that everything is done to incentivize contributors to look for issues and solve issues surrounding universal acceptance, and to do also what we are doing today, which is carry out capacity building and educational activities that allow programmers and managers to solve universal acceptance problems, and also to be familiar with the tests that need to be done to ensure that universal acceptance actually is working as it should. So there is a role for civil society, the technical community, the business community, everyone who has a role to play in certain technical aspects of universal acceptance. And the Universal Acceptance Steering Group is available with a tremendous amount of resources to deal with this problem and this issue of universal acceptance. There is a universal acceptance website, which, as you will see, is using a new top-level domain name, .tech, which is longer than the traditional 3 characters that we are accustomed to. And this is where you will find lots of resources with regard to the Universal Acceptance Steering Group. So this steering group is available to civil society, to business, to governments, to assist them in doing what is necessary to ensure that all systems, all scripts, all internationalized top-level domain names, all internationalized email addresses are accepted by every computer system, every computer application, and the billions of new users who would like to use the internet in their own language, in their own script, and thereby open up the internet to linguistic diversity, are all able to work as they should on the internet. So this brings me to the end of this presentation. I am available with questions, and there are other very highly skilled and knowledgeable persons on this call about universal acceptance. And the whole idea is to set up our systems so that our systems accept, validate, store, process, and display all website addresses and all email addresses so that we are able to use the internet regardless of the script that we are using in our various countries of the world. So thank you very much, Claire, and I will hand the floor back over to you so that we can continue with the other presentations. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Albert, for that presentation, for getting us ready to understand more about universal acceptance. It was really very, for me, a clear overview. And as we prepare for a deep dive into some of the other, the meat of universal acceptance, so to say, from some of our experts. But before we do, we would like to open the floor for a few questions or comments to Mr. Daniel at this point in time. I'm seeing one question in the chat, and I'm not seeing any hands. I don't know if there are any hands up with questions. So you shared on this slightly, but if you could, I know we're going to get into this in a little more detail from the next 2 presenters, but Niran is asking, from a Caribbean user perspective, what would be some of the clear challenges, say for an existing website owner, as well as an opportunity, say in the Caribbean? And I know, Albert, you tend to like to talk particularly about tourism and the hotel industry in that regard. So tell us something, or you could use another example if you wish.
Absolutely clear. I will use your example because I feel that is one which we would all relate to in the Caribbean. You see, basically, when we look at the whole concept of using the internet, we want users to all be able to have access to websites. We want all users to be able to use their email addresses. And in the Caribbean, we interact with people from all over the world. So can you imagine that we want to do business with persons from India, from China, from Russia, from Saudi Arabia, and these individuals are trying to send us an email, trying to use an email address in their non-Latin script, and they type in a valid email address, and all of a sudden the system, for example, it could be a system that Miran has developed, all of a sudden the system says invalid email address, or there's a website which has been developed in a foreign language script, and we are trying to access it, and our browser says, well, this is an invalid website because it is using a script like with Chinese characters or Hindi characters or some characters that have not been programmed to be accepted because all we programmed was only for Latin letters, A to Z and 0 to 9. So the whole idea is that we would not be able to communicate because our systems would be saying that these email addresses are invalid. Somebody who wanted to book a hotel or interact on a business level would not be able to do so because when we tried to get to their website, we would get an error saying invalid website, or when we try to communicate by email, we would get an error saying invalid email address. So the point is we want to start reducing the incidence of valid websites and valid email addresses being treated as being invalid because the programmer or the developer has not made provision for internationalized domain names, for new generic top-level domain names with more than 3 characters, or for internationalized email addresses. So it would affect our business, it would affect our communication if our systems are not able to accept all of these email addresses and all of these websites. So I think, Claire, that is an indication of why in the Caribbean we should pay attention to this, even though we ourselves do not use some of these non-Latin scripts.
Thank you so much for that response, Albert. I also heard, I'm still looking for questions and comments. Oh, yes, there's a comment from Dale Wilson, and he says, this is an excellent presentation that clearly addressed the subject and explained the issue. Thank you. My only question was regarding resources that businesses might access in their pursuit of this, but it was potentially answered in the last slide with the website, which I will check out. Plus, Dale also, in the next presentation, the next 2 presentations, we will be doing a little of a deep dive into some of these things. And you should get some more information, but I don't know if you wanted to add anything there, Albert.
No, that's fine. And this was the purpose really of actually putting up this last slide so that it can be clearly seen that I think you might be able to see it, not in presentation mode right now, but you can see the web address, https://uasg.tech. And this is where you can go to see the full spectrum of free resources that are actually available for anyone, business, government, end users, technical community, anyone who wants to find out more about what can be done and how they can actually get involved in this push to ensure that our systems are ready to take in any kind of email address and any kind of website.
Thank you, Albert. And I guess as well, if when you put in that .tech, your system doesn't take it, then you will recognize.
That is an indication that your system is not universally acceptance ready. You're absolutely right, Claire.
Yes. And there are, is it 1,200 more like those? I'm seeing Dev is raising his hand.
Yeah. What I think you're referring to, Claire, is the fact that the internet community decided that they wanted more competition, more choice, and more innovation. When we started the internet, we only had top-level domain names like .com, .org, .edu, .net, .int, and so on. But the internet community, and this is representatives of business, government, end users, and so on, they got together within the ICANN structure and they had these discussions, and they said, we want .hotels, we want .cars, we want .bank, we want .ibm, .apple, and so on. And over a period of time, what we saw was there are over 1,200 new top-level generic names that have been introduced into the internet. So all these names work, but if your system is only capable of accepting .com, .org, .edu, those 3-character top-level domain names, and then you come and you type .education or .bank, which is more than these 3 characters, then it may break if your system is not designed and programmed to accept those web addresses like that, or to accept an email address like that. If I work, for example, for ICANN, and we started using .ICANN, and I sent my email address, albert.daniels@ICANN, albert.daniels@.ICANN, and your system is only designed to accept .com, then it's going to say I have an invalid email address, even though my email address works perfectly on the internet. So yes, Claire, there are over 1,200 new top-level generic names that have been introduced in the internet and which work fine. But if your systems are not universally acceptance ready, and you try to use one of those top-level domain names, which is more than 3 characters, then you will get a failure when you try to use an email address like that or a website address like that.
Thanks for that clarification there, Albert. And Dev, please go ahead with your comment or question.
I don't think I'm not hearing Dev.
He's muted.
Okay, Claire, I don't think we heard Dev.
Dev, you're still muted. You're not showing as muted, but we're not hearing you.
Dev, you just need to change your source.
Still not hearing you.
All right, I'll switch to a different microphone.
Yes, we're hearing you now.
Okay, but I'll switch to my camera microphone. So my question is, thanks Albert for that presentation. So my question is there any research or that shows like, okay, is the state of UA readiness in the Caribbean? Like for example, that type of thing.
So this is exactly why we are having this presentation today. On one of the slides that I showed you, I indicated that there are several groups, working groups within the Universal Acceptance Steering Group. And one of those groups deals with the whole issue of measurement. There have been, and if you go to the UASG website, you'll see several studies that have been done. And I presented, some basic data. But one of the reasons why we are having this session today is to increase the awareness in our region, because I think you're indicating you want to see some data on the Caribbean, but you may find that those types of studies may not have been done much in our region. So the whole point of what this Universal Acceptance Working Group on measurement is to make sure that in every region we conduct these kinds of research, we conduct these kinds of tests, we collect the data, so that we have this data available to actually show what is the state of universal acceptance in our region. There are some studies that have been done in Latin America and the Caribbean, which we have data for, and my colleague Daniel Fink may be speaking a little bit more about that, but I don't think that there's much work that has been done in the Caribbean with regard to assessing what the state of play is with regard to those gaps that we have in universal acceptance and the percentages of our systems that are ready versus the percentages of our systems that are not ready in the various areas that we looked at, email addresses, websites, and so on.
Thank you so much for that. Oh, sorry. Yes, thank you so much for that, Albert. I was on a call last night and someone reminded us that we also, in the Caribbean, we tend to think that universal acceptance doesn't really impact us so much because we're English speaking. But we too have to remember that there are French and Spanish speakers in the Caribbean. And a lot of those languages use symbols which may not be acceptable on the website or in your email. And someone who did a French presentation was saying, certain words without the accent means something else. So
absolutely. And sorry to interrupt, Claire, but that's a very important point. I mean, we have, the ñ in Spanish, which is the little tilde above the end. And of course, we have the different types of accents in French, the l'accent grave, l'accent, and so on. So, but as you saw in my presentation, it doesn't take much for a failure to occur with an email address. It just takes one letter, okay? One letter with an accent in a different script to be put in the email address for the system to come back and say, no, this is not a valid email address. And as you say in Claire, it does actually mean some of the words with just one letter change just does actually mean something different. And we also have the security issue where there would be situations, and the security experts would know about this, and the technical programmers would know about this, where using a letter that looks similar to the actual letter of the authentic email address could actually create a situation of problem. So you want to be able to validate properly and not have communication failing because your system is not universal acceptance ready.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Albert. I think we're off to a good start. We have a really very good overview of universal acceptance. And there are comments, one comment from Facebook, highly informative, from a Facebook commenter. So thanks for that. We are looking for our next presenter, who is Dr. Data. And while we try to get him on, let me just read his bio. And because so far he's still not on, and that's what happens sometimes when we are on these virtual events with people who are located in another time zone or globally. So let me just read his bio in the meantime. Otherwise, we may have to ask, we may switch to have Mark Gildesgel speak to us now if we are unable to get Dr. Data on at this time. So can we prep Mark? And Mark is coming on. So I will read Mark's bio in the meantime. Let me just get Mark. Can you pull up Mark's bio, please? So Mark is going to speak to us about the value proposition and benefits of universal acceptance for web and software developers. So I think it's a good segue into that based on some of the things that that Albert just spoke about. And then we will come back and have Dr. Data, hopefully by then he'll be on, speak to us about the benefits of universal acceptance for business and innovation. So Mark Gildesgel is the Director of Governance Primer. He is a Brazilian researcher holding a BA and a master's degree in international relations. His focus on internet governance and the impacts of technology on public and private policying. He is in the Generic Names Operating Organization, GNSO Council, as a member of the business constituency supporting Latin America entrepreneurs in their participation in the institution. And since he's a member of Latin America and he's participating in our event, we hope that the Caribbean will be able to get some value from his expertise moving forward. Mark works as a consultant to business and individuals in his participation in international institutions and events that relate to technology. He is also a creator of the Governance Primer course, a free initiative that since 2016 teaches internet governance, which has been carried out in 3 countries. Now, I'm sure that Mark is from Brazil, so probably his courses may be in Portuguese, but we may be able to have those courses translated into English or French or Spanish, which are some of the countries that are spoken in the Caribbean as well. While we wait for Mark to join, because I'm not sure that he is on yet, I hope that you are seeing the vast organization that ICANN is, and some of these, the acronyms that you may begin to get used to as you attend more of these ICANN type initiatives. The GNSO, ALAC, LACRALO, ICANN, and those are just a few to start. I see Albert has put his camera back on, so I don't know if Albert wants to say something while we wait for Mark to join.
No, sure, Claire. I mean, I was basically just being available in case you wanted to talk a little bit more about ICANN, because ICANN is a very important organization that all of your stakeholders should be familiar with. And the reason for this is that it is the place where decisions on the internet are actually made with regard to the type of internet that we would have. Are you seeing this slide, which is on the screen right now?
Yes, we are.
So,
yes.
So the ICANN community is basically made up of the multi-stakeholder community is a part of the ICANN ecosystem, and this is the representative of all of the end users and all of the governments, all of the representatives of business, all of the representatives of the technical and academic community. And all of you have a place in the ICANN multi-stakeholder community, and there you discuss policies, there you decided on all of these new top-level domain names. And then the ICANN organization facilitates that discussion.
Sorry, Albert, you are in speaker mode and not presentation mode. So if you could just flip, I know that happens to all of us. Great.
Okay, yeah. So this is what I was saying. This particular slide actually shows that the three parts of the ICANN ecosystem. And what I was saying is that the most important part of the ICANN ecosystem is that part which represents the community, the technical community, the business community, the governments, academia, end users, and so on. So their policies are discussed and developed and then sent to the ICANN board of directors. And when the board has taken a decision to implement a policy, the ICANN organization actually goes ahead and implements it. So these acronyms that Claire was talking about, for example, GNSO, CCNSO, and ASO, those are just the different places where policy is discussed, and policy with regard to generic names that we've spoken about, policy with regard to country code names, and then also policy with regard to these internet numbers. And then the other important part is that you have the different community sectors, the end users, the government, the security community, all advising the ICANN board whenever a policy is being developed. So we shouldn't think as stakeholders that policies are developed by someone else. We all need to get involved. As end users, we should get involved in the at-large advisory committee through our LACRALO, which represents Latin America and the Caribbean. We should ensure that our governments send a representative to the GAC, and we should ensure that our technical community also gets involved, so that when policy is developed within ICANN, when issues are scoped and go through all of the different stages, that they reflect our needs as a Caribbean community. So that's all I wanted to say, that it's very important, for us to get involved in what's happening in communities like the ICANN community, because this is where the decisions are taken with respect to the type of internet that we have for business, for development of our community, our economy, and also for social and recreational activities. So back to you, Claire. I don't see your video on, so I'm not sure what's happening. I could talk for the whole day.
Thank you. Thank you, Albert. And I know why they have you as stakeholder engagement senior manager for the Caribbean, because you do an excellent job in ensuring that the Caribbean understands the importance of the internet ecosystem, as well as why we need to continue to participate. So we still await Mark, who is supposed to be on, but Daniel says he will come on now. So let me just give you a brief about Daniel Fink. I'm seeing Daniel on. Great. Can you? Right. Daniel Fink is the Director of Stakeholder Engagement. So he does a similar exercise to, but he's the Director of Stakeholder Engagement in Brazil for ICANN. He has been with ICANN since May 2014, previously as the Manager of Stakeholder Engagement. He was the Executive Director of Net Mondial 2014. And Daniel did not put this in his bio, but let me tell you, Daniel is one of the movers and shakers in this universal acceptance campaign. And he has been working with me and with a lot of us to ensure that this event took place, and the whole idea of Universal Acceptance Day, that we were able to recognize it on March 28th. So I now turn you over to Daniel Fink, who will speak to us about what are some of the things that we can do, and what and how can we, what is the stakeholder action plan. And then we will go back now and understand what our roles are as developers and business. So thank you, Daniel, for stepping in here at this time.
Thank you very much, Claire. Hi, Albert. Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us today. I have a presentation that I think it will be great for a segue to the presentation from Mark. Let me say hello to Mark Datisgeld, who is here. But let me give you a little spoiler about my presentation. Can you hear me, Mark?
Mark is muted, so if he's answering.
Okay. So this is my presentation for you. We've been through a long way on universal acceptance since start the discussions in ICANN. And there are a couple of opportunities, projects, and actions that each one of you can do for contributing to this initiative. So I have a couple of ideas, concepts, and resources for you to think about, and perhaps reach out to us, to Albert, to Claire, to me, to Mark. So you can start contributing. So I'd like to start with something very simple at individual level. So what can you do to check, or to check your systems, or to check systems of other people about universal acceptance? So please, I will share this presentation for you because there is a lot of resources. So the first thing you can do, if you go to this website, usg.tech, EAI check, you can do a self-test of your email address to see if your email provider is compliant with internationalized email addresses. So you just go to this website, you see a field to enter your email in the enter valid email address, and you can press check address. Maybe Mark can add this website, or Albert, you can add this website in in the chat now for me, please. If you could. I think you all can do a test on this right now while you are in your computers. Thank you, Dev. Thank you so much. So if your system is EAI supported, which means that your email server supports internationalized email servers, you get an answer like mine. If not, it will be a red answer saying that it doesn't support. So what you can do with this information is maybe contact us or contact your email service provider, so we can reach them out and see if they are open to update their systems. Who's saying? Patrick, yeah, I supported. Yes, congratulations. So your systems are one step ahead in the new principles for universal acceptance. That is great. So this is for email address. So I think it's a fun and good test for you to do. And another idea, if you want to try, is to check about the acceptance of internationalized email address in some websites. So for example, in here we have two types of websites. One of them are UA ready, the green, and the blue one are not ready, the blue. So if you add some email address in the user field of, for example, some bank website, you can utilize some example of internationalized email address and make this check. If you are able to open an account or register to a newsletter in the website or anything that requires an email field, you can enter and try to create this user. And if it's accepted, the email will be validated. And if the website is not ready, so you will get some message that like this is not a valid email address. So you can do this in your main national websites or some national newspapers or social media, if you like, to test about creating some user. So this is another type of test that goes into the web systems of different institutions. And let me tell you, lots of them are not ready yet, especially if you run some, if you have your own website, the website of your company or your institution, you can do this test. There is no problem on doing to check. And if not, we are happy to help you with the upgrade to universal acceptance standards. So one of your questions could be, okay, Daniel, how can I test some international email address? I don't have anything, don't have an email account in Chinese or Japanese or anything like that. So I have some news for you. So you can check this UASG document, the document number 004. So the name of this document is to test domain names and email address for UA readiness evaluation. So this is exactly what we are doing. So on this document, if someone can add the address for me, or I will share it with you later, you can get a lot of email addresses in different languages, including Greek, Korean, Cyrillic. And the good thing about this email address is that if you send a message for them, they will automatically send you a reply. This is like a test suite. Thank you, Dev. Thank you so much for the link. This is a testing suite, sort of, that these emails are configured to reply to you. If you receive a reply everything is working on your system. If you doesn't receive a reply, perhaps your email system is not ready for UA. But you can use these emails to create new accounts in different websites, and I think this is a good resource, very important resource for your testing. In the next slide, evolving one step more. So let's say that you want to do a project. I want to do an investigation. I want to check for St. Lucia, for example, the main websites in St. Lucia, which is Albert Land, or for Trinidad and Tobago or any other country. I want to do some little research about the main websites of my country to see if they are accepted. And I want to do some article. I want to do a presentation. I want to do a project for my university. So here it goes. Some project ideas are here. So you can check this example of study at some national level. This is the UASG 17, evaluation of websites for acceptance of a variety of emails. And on this research, what they did was to, they pick a couple of examples of internationalized emails or emails with new GTLDs, and they tested in a set of websites. So they took something like 100 websites, something simple, 50 websites, it's fine. Don't worry about it. And they tried to create users, they tried to subscribe to newsletters, anything that could enter some email address. And they did some evaluation. So as you can see, back in 2017, for a set of websites, they found that Arabic email address were only accepted in 8% of the systems, unfortunately. Chinese email address, only Chinese in the address, also 8%. And the statistics were a little bit better for other examples of email address. So as you can see, the systems treat internationalized emails differently, but all of them should be accepted if we apply universal acceptance standards correctly. So I think this gives you a good idea of the importance of this initiative. Like, let's say if somebody from China wants to do business with you, so they should be able to communicate in your systems. So national level research like this is very important for us to reach out to companies, to governments, and give them a clear picture of the status of some region or country. And this research is really fun to do. Actually, it was the first type of research that Mark did back in the day when we started to talk about universal acceptance, right, Mark? This is something that you do not require any special skill to do. You don't need to be a programmer. You just need some spreadsheet and a list of important websites for your country, and you can just take note. So this email number 1 that I'm testing was accepted for this website, was rejected for this other one, and so forth. So this is a very easy and valuable investigation to do. And I would like to encourage you for doing this and also doing other types of research, because I think this is a good first step and you can advance on the community very quickly. Perhaps Albert will take you to some ICANN meeting if you do a research like that, right, Albert?
Absolutely, it would be a way to participate in the community by showing the results of the research study that has been done.
Great. So there are much more advanced studies for this of this type. So as you can see here, the USG 39 is a more recent study who tested 2,000 global websites in the last year. So you can also check this study to see what type of methodology, if they did something different from the study that I show you, and you can improve your methodology if you like for your evaluation. So other research ideas, this is not all. There are much more advanced steps you can do. So I'm not going through all the type of analysis that we make, but for your reference, the document hub of the UASG website is very useful if you want to be updated in everything that is happening. Thank you, Albert. Everything that is happening in the field of universal acceptance. So make sure to check this website and see what is interesting for you on that. So in terms of practical activities, just to conclude my presentation before handing over to Mark, if I want to reiterate that if you have a website that you administrate, or if you have some suggestion of website that could be updated to UA Ready. Also, if you have some email server, if you are an email server administrator, we want to talk with you. Perhaps you can help us to make your system UA Ready. So count on us for help you out. Perhaps we are not me and Albert are not the best experts for this, but surely we have access to very good people around the world to give you a hand. And sure, we count on us to celebrate and make a big party for you if you want to convert a system. I think UA Ready is universal acceptance is a principle that will be around us for a long time. And each progress, each website that adopt the principles should be celebrated. So on that, please join us. We have a need for a UA ambassador in the Caribbean region. So we are recruiting volunteers. UA ambassadors are the ones who are encouraged to doing meetings, for doing presentations on events. And so please reach out to us, to Claire, to Albert, or me. So if you have some time to spare, please let us know. We would like to recruit you as ambassador for universal acceptance. Lacralo, the group that Claire is a great leader, is launching a universal acceptance initiative. So we will have on this year a long training for universal acceptance for programmers and for email system administrators. So we will be a very fully educated in the topic. And please stay tuned, reach out to us. Let's do a community. And I'm sure that universal acceptance will bring many, many opportunities for us all. So I don't know if there are any question. Thank you for the support, guys. Dev, Albert, on the links. And Claire, if you want to conduct some Q&A, I'm ready to help. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel, for jumping in here and getting right down to the meat of some of the things, the practical things that people could do, and even giving some of these hands-on sessions so that persons can immediately check to see if their systems are UA ready. We have a couple questions for you in the chat. One of them was from Patrick Anglin, and he's asking, an email server not being UA compliant would require upgrade. Oftentimes in an organization, a business case has to be written by the IT team to justify an IT investment. Are there examples of business cases that we might look at?
Yes, there are examples. Thank you, Patrick, for the question. We have a business case written for ICANN itself, how ICANN prepared for making EAI ready our systems. So I can send you this business case together with my presentation. I'll share with Claire as well, so all the participants can see examples, and I'll check for more companies that adopted as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that response, Daniel. And I'll put in a plug here. At the end of the session, we have a feedback form. And if you send your information, because most persons don't like to identify themselves, we can forward the information to you. We can also use the registration list as well, but it would really be good to get your feedback from the session at the end. There is another question from Carleen Lal, and she says, how much hours would need to be dedicated per week or month as a UA volunteer or ambassador? Good question.
Yeah, thank you, Carleen. Brilliant question. So I think you will be busy in the beginning for studying for some hours about universal acceptance. I mean, just to be ready to answer questions and understand all the concepts. You don't have to be a programmer. Perhaps you just have to, you just need some good communication skills, because the concepts you can catch pretty fast. So you'll be busy in the beginning studying, which is fun. And later, I don't think that you need a lot of time to dedicate, since you can do a good plan. So I want to visit this and that event. We will support you. And I want to do a speech about universal acceptance two or three times a year in some key events in the region, and doing some meetings around your community. It could be online or physical. It's up to you. So this is basically the job of some UA ambassador. And we really appreciate any time ambassadors dedicate to the project. Maybe Mark has some comments as well. And Mark was an ambassador, so if you want to add something, Mark, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Daniel. I was the UA ambassador for Latin America and Caribbean from 2017 to 19 or so. So for two years or 3 years. So essentially, I would say that it's there's a weekly commitment of maybe 1 or 2 hours to catch up. That's the thing. You need to stay up to date to the mailing list and know what's going on. But every once in a while, the work sort of spikes a little bit. So around ICANN events, around engagements like this one, then you will have to step up for your region, right? So in those cases, then it becomes a more involved task, but that's sporadic. What the biggest time investment is in the beginning, when you need to go and learn the documents. So there's a lot of reading to do, there's a lot of understanding to do. So there's an upfront investment. Thereafter, it's pretty smooth. You just have to keep up with the mailing list, know what's going on, read new documents. And then around ICANN events and regional engagements, it does require a little bit more of your time, but it's something completely manageable. It never got in the way of me, being able to do my work. And it's a very good opportunity to know people in the region, travel abroad, talk to different people, talk to different stakeholders. So it's good if you're civil society, if you're a business, it's good networking. And at the same time, you help your region achieve something interesting, modernize. So really, it's a win-win. I really enjoyed my time doing that. The only reason I quit, quote unquote, was so that I could do research for, paid research for the USG, because otherwise I would still be doing it. So very worth your time. Good investment.
Thank you for that, Mark, and we will switch to you soon. Just want to add, thanks, Daniel, for, again, jumping in there and for that excellent presentation and very hands-on. I just want to say to Carleen as well that what you need really is passion. Passion will take you very far. And a lot of these ICANN events, you may even be funded to attend some of these things. So, you know, check out Albert Daniels. I'm sure he's going to put his email address in there for you, and he can provide you with some more information, because we really want the Caribbean or Caribbean people to be involved in a lot of these initiatives, and hence one of the reasons for having an event such as this. So thanks for asking that question. And that's not just for you, but anybody else who's interested. There are a number of programs that you can get involved in, and universal acceptance is just one of them. So I now turn the floor over to Mark, who's going to talk to us a little bit more about what are the benefits of UA for webmasters and software developers at this time. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you very much, Claire. So I actually have options. I have several different things that we could do, and it would be interesting to get to know what you want. I could do a presentation on universal acceptance, basically, and get everyone deeper into this. What are the aspects, what are the important things. I could also do a session, a strategy planning session, help you carry out strategy planning and see what the different stakeholders can do. So that's on the plate as well. Or I could do both. So it's more or less, or I could do something else. I could maybe show some code. I don't know. So I would like to open to you all.
Sorry, Mark. Claire here. No code at this
Yep.
point in time. We still want to keep it very high level. It's a
There you
mixed
go.
audience. So we want to ensure that the various stakeholders truly understand the importance, what are the benefits, what are the challenges, how can they get some more information. And our next event, we would target to the hardcore developers and webmasters. So we're not getting into the code, but we need them to understand that there is code available there. There are languages that they can use to get this thing done. So some of that information, please, if you can share that, that would be good. I think I speak for, I don't know if anybody else has a different idea, but I think that's what we would like to see.
Sounds good. So I'll use as a basis this presentation here. So very briefly then, I'll start from the start, I guess. It's the fact that universal acceptance, it does have an aspect of what we call local content, right? So the availability of material in different local languages, that's a thing for sure. But it's not what we deal with precisely. While this enables local content and helps local content, what we're talking about here are technical standards, right? So we are aiming precisely at those standards that keep the different processes and products even, working within the same parameters. And that's an important distinction, because what I'm going to talk about right now does involve language, does involve those aspects, but let's keep in mind that we're thinking about the technical aspect. So as you can see here very quick, English is really important, right? It's the language we're using right now. But the fact is, at the moment, if you really look at it, in terms of total speakers, it is, diminishing actually, while other languages keep growing, right? Like Spanish, which is one of the languages of our general region, has overtaken English already in terms of native speakers, and Mandarin is just, at very different proportions. So how do we make sure that we are actually dealing and accounting for that, right, with the evolution of languages in the world? And definitely this is something that has been a concern for a long time for the ICANN community, but the actual implementation of this, the actual work on this became viable relatively, not that long ago. So if you really look at it from an objective perspective, the people who are not included are people who will be using a lot of different languages. It is sort of the thing that we are going to face very soon. We are starting to face it already, especially when it comes to China and Russia. But we are starting to see bigger inclusion from Africa now, and people have different demands for their usage of the internet. It's not so much about how exactly we see the internet. It's much more about does the experience for these people feel meaningful and relevant, and what do we do, because we are, as a continent in general, right, as a group of continents, we want to do business, we want to grow, we want to engage with different people from around the world. But the reality is that their vision of what the internet is does not necessarily match the vision that we do, because ours is so influenced by the United States, right? Because we are so close and the developments happen so coupled with their developments, doesn't mean necessarily that what will take place in these different countries will play out the same as we did. And when we look at this from a practical perspective, right? What are we looking into? We are looking into different communication types and different communication ideas that come together in different ways. So when I talk about language, if you look below, we are actually talking about English, Spanish, right? It's the way we end up ordering these different things. But if you remember what I said in the beginning, this is not about local content. This is about technical standards. So technical standards, you can see actually in the line above, we're talking about characters and scripts, right? What is a character? A character is a particle, right? It's a base writing symbol. So that's our A. Or if you look towards the first position below the A, you can see it's the Japanese na, which looks completely different and has a very different semantic charge. But at the end of the day, those are the same things. They are one particle that compose something bigger. But, the A is clearly different from the na. So what is that? That's a script, right? That the script is exactly what aggregates these different characters and makes it possible for us to express different things with those characters. However, if you look at the history of computing, looking at it from the script side, we started very, very limited, right? And the reason for that is the table that you see on the right, that the US ASCII code. And the reason for this limitation is really the computing mostly started in the US, right? And people did not have the vision to globalize, or the need to really use different languages, because they were doing everything in English, and they wanted to optimize as much as possible with limited memory. So what happened is, when you need to make a character, right? Like when you need to put a character within a script, this is the script, right? It's the Latin script, pretty much, extended with a few extra things, which are like punctuation marks and a few symbols that we use. If you look at it, you will see the hash symbol, the @ symbol, all the different things that we use on the internet. But you might also notice some things, such as the absence of any accent, of any kind of special demarcation for these letters, because they are different characters. When we use an A with a tilde, or an N with a tilde, or anything like that, that's actually a completely different character, right? That's the thing. So this is not included at all in this table. And the thing about the ASCII code, the ASCII standard, is that it is the basis of everything we use in computing. this, this so-called character encoding is at the base of everything, including the DNS, right? The DNS runs in ASCII. Pretty much most of the operations that give the basis to computing are or were until very recently, until the past not even decade, pretty much completely based in ASCII. So what happened, right? Like, why are we able now to do things differently? It was basically the introduction of Unicode, right? When we are talking about Unicode, we are talking about being able to represent different writing systems across the board, no matter what you're doing. And this actually falls in two different categories, right? Both the expression of the characters right here, right? Both the expression of these and the expression of the entire script set. Both of those things actually happen within the context of ASCII. Because, see, if you look at this objectively, right? If you look at this from a very objective perspective, what happens is we are looking at both the expression of the characters, right? Both the expression of the characters and the expression of the different character sets. If you look at the character individually, right? If you're looking at the character as a particle, the way to express that in Unicode is a little more involved, right? And when you put together all of this, you get all of the different scripts from the word being represented as a group in something that we call UTF-8. You must have bumped into this, even people who are not technical, because this is the new ASCII, let's call it that, right? This is how our computers became able to do all sorts of different internationalized things. It's why we get to access a website in Japanese, and here I'm talking about local content. Let's make that distinction, and it shows up on my screen. Why? Because most operational systems now have support for UTF-8, and what happens though is when you look at it from a different perspective, you will see that right here, when we just looking at going a little bit further, there is support now for this on the DNS, but how does that work? Like, how does it actually work? How do we get there? I'll try to give you an impression of how that happens, and you can ask me questions if it doesn't become clear exactly what I'm saying. So here we have, our basic function of the DNS, right? We get an IP address and we translate that into a human readable address, right? So that you don't have to go around remembering numbers. You go ahead and remember a name. Fundamentally, that's what we're doing. So how does that actually take place, right? When you come here and have a look at it, you can see that we have an actual structure in which we get the protocol. So it's secure HTTP here. We want the World Wide Web protocol, right? We have the name of the website here and the top level domain, right? Fair enough. But then there are potential differences that can take place, such as this. How do we do with that, right? Well, here's the question. Here's what happens. We used to have top level domains that were exactly ASCII based and essentially 3 letters, right? Essentially 3 letters. If you think about domain names up until 2009 or so, 2010. The most we were getting, the biggest innovation were 4-letter domains, and then we had .museum, which was a big difference. But since that didn't exactly catch on, it ended up being an outlier. We were at most looking at 4-letter TLDs, which were like aero or like info.asia. Those were very early 4-letter domains. But as time went on, the challenge stopped being just expanding the number of letters, right? It became, how do we actually make this happen? And this is a good question, right? This is a good question. How do we make this happen? Because if you remember what I said, the DNS runs on ASCII. It still does, right? Like we now support those different elements at different levels. So here we are supporting it at the label level. But the protocol itself did not change entirely, or the internet would have to be basically reassembled, right? And the same happens for the mailing names, right? Now we are able to do this with mailing as well. And what I'm going to talk about here, just a small reminder, again, remember we're talking about standards, and this is a further standard. When we talk about email address internationalization, what we're talking about is supporting Unicode at the mailbox, name and label, right? We're not talking about the content of the messages, which is handled by this beautiful thing here, which is MIME. Okay, so here's how it works, and it is a little bit weird. So let me take a moment to give you this concept, right? I picked a pretty tough word here in French. It has a bunch of accents, right? And say in Unicode, it looks like this, right? Because Unicode does not discern if you are trying to speak Latin or whatever. What matters is it wants to break it down into codes, and here we have it broken down into codes, right? But the thing is, if we do not want to see this thrown on our browser, right? And at the same time, it cannot do this .com because it's running on ASCII. So coders came up with a bit of a hack, and this is how we do it. This weird little thing here to the right is actually how we express the Unicode on a web browser. And if you do anything that's universal acceptance related, so if you end up on a website that's, say, using an internationalized domain name or that uses anything different, you might have seen this on a browser already. But basically, it's you are using an alternative way to encode the same value so that we can keep the DNS as ASCII. Now, ideally, we would make the DNS Unicode, but at this point in time, literally everything runs on the DNS. You might say, oh, but what about like apps? Apps also rely on the DNS. Pretty much nothing relies directly on IP addresses nowadays, right? Because IP addresses die. They become problematic. There's all sorts of different things that can happen with an IP address, but the DNS is dynamic. So you don't want to put anything on the back of that. You want to make everything DNS related. So what happens is we end up in this situation where we have two labels, as we call them. So the U label is what it looks like when it's transcoded, when it's actually looking human readable. But behind that, underneath that, what we're actually dealing with is an A label. So if your keyboard has support for any accentuation or anything like that, you could give a go at this website, punnycoder.com, and try it for yourself to see what goes on. Because at the end of the day, it's important that when we look at these things, when we are explaining this to people, we actually talk about what we're dealing with, right? We're dealing with something that's fairly simple at the fundamental level, which is doing this conversion here. This is fundamentally what we're doing. We're doing U label, A label. U label is how the user will actually type. So what we want is the person to be able to express the word as they understand it and know it. So right here we have our brothers and sisters from around our region that do have French as a main language. We want them to be able to use their words, but the way that we end up accomplishing this is still within ASCII, right? Otherwise, this would have been a solved problem. Say if the DNS had been made in Unicode, if that were possible, because it's anachronistic. But if that was the case, this would be a solved problem. However, it isn't. And in our region, we don't really get the perspective. But if you look at the word in general, right? This is a big thing for let's quote unquote say the rest of the word, right? We have a very limited perspective, but because we don't have our of the majority languages of Latin American Caribbean, we are looking at maybe 12 to 20 languages, 20 majority languages, most of which we express with the same character set, right? But when you just go over the ocean, you will see all of these different characters being implemented in the wild. And those are things that exist right now, right? These countries are unable to use all of these different extensions. And it is their right, not their privilege to do so, right? That's the thing that we need to put into focus. This is not a privilege. This is something that people actually have a right to use. So it's not so much about us being kind to them or anything. It's just that somebody in Thailand right here or in Laos, right? Like, this is their basic right to be able to use these characters and communicate in this way and not need to learn the Latin alphabet perfectly, right? Like, this is the way they express themselves, and the fact that they were ignored at the beginning of the internet journey doesn't mean that this changes the fact that they have a basic right to express themselves in this way, right? It's just that the way we see it, the way we look at it, makes us think that somehow this is some sort of big privilege. We're just trying to bring the internet to a normal level, right? And the way to accomplish that, it's called universal acceptance. It's this beautiful project that was started around 2015. And when you look at it, 2015 is very late in the game, right? So ICANN was founded between 98 and 99, started doing the bulk of its work in 2000, and then you advance the clock to around 2009 was when IDNs and different scripts were starting to be allowed on the DNS. And then they had sort of a soft launch, nobody knew about it, and universal acceptance comes along in 2015 as a community initiative of people who wanted to see this evolve faster. right? So when you think about UASG, you need to keep this here in mind, right? This is about, yes, ICANN is supportive of this movement, but this is about us, the UASG community, right? Like you have people who are sort of hybrids, like Danielle. Danielle does a bunch of universal acceptance work, so he's pretty much UASG community in spite of being an ICANN officer. But at the end of the day, we are talking about normal people who are not even involved in ICANN. This is kind of the takeaway here. If you are a UASG community, you're not necessarily a part of the ICANN community, nor should you be, because this is a different purpose, right? Like you don't need to be doing DNS policy to be interested in creating more business diversity, in creating more use cases for people to be able to use their languages. This can be a concern of a linguist. This can be a human rights concern. This can be a business concern that does not involve ICANN directly, which is why our community is much more open in that sense. You don't need to be a DNS policymaker. You need to understand the DNS better. You need to get a hold of some concepts of it. But if you want to do this from a school, as a teacher who is concerned about, linguistic diversity, if you want to do it as a business person who would like to be able to use more, domain name extensions that do not limit yourself just to the ones that are available, right? Like you want to use .pizza for your pizza business and know that your clients will be able to reach the website and be able to send you email. You should be able to, right? Without any restriction. So that's why UASG is something that's different, that's separate. And, we believe in a few things, right? We believe in bringing the internet up to current standards because they are out there. We believe in freedom of choice, right? It's a very business and human rights based value. This is we want the people who are coming up to have a good experience. We want people to be able to use features that exist and not generate customer support issues as they receive emails from China. And especially, we want the linguistic communities to feel like they are actually accounted for, so that they don't go off and start their own private internets, right? We want to keep this as a single thing. We want this to be a global resource that everybody can participate and share. So to enter the UASG as a group, it's actually pretty simple, I would say. You literally just join and decide if something is a good fit for you. So I am part of all of these groups, but you don't need to be. So maybe you have a social media background. We need you here. We need you helping us do communications, right? Maybe you are actually an email expert. So we need you here doing email internationalization work. Maybe you deal with standards. Do you attend the ITU or something, or follow something like that? Technology groups for you. Do you like just measurements in general? Are you into statistics? Or none of the above. You would just like to participate and be, part of this initiative because you feel this is important or that you have something to add. We have our Latin American Caribbean local initiative where we can think about this from the perspective of the LAC region, right? So no matter what, we have a place for people to integrate themselves. And, when we talk about universal acceptance, we are talking about this list here. So this is where it gets slightly more technical. But when I say slightly, I mean slightly, right? This is just something that we need to be able to to get through in order to really understand what we can do about the situation. Okay, so talking about universal acceptance is talking about the verbs. This is the base of the project, right? There's 5 verbs down here. They're accept, validate, store, process, and display. So why are they so tied with what universal acceptance is? Well, the reason is they are a chain, an immutable chain that needs to happen exactly in this direction right here for us to be able to have universal acceptance, right? And why is that? Well, the reason is if you end up in a situation where this chain doesn't happen, you have this not so beautiful thing, which is follow with me, accept, validate, store, doesn't happen, which means nothing else happens afterwards. That's why we have so many groups and so many initiatives and so many things, because we have to look out for every step of the way of this thing. And this involves many different layers of reaching out to people. So what does it look like? When you accept, right? I'll use an example that's a little further down. So here, you have the email address field on a website, right? Like we do this all the time, right? So this is a message that people get a lot. Please enter a valid email address. The problem with that is that this is a valid email address. Now, every standard and every ICANN mandated and IETF mandated standard supports this nowadays. People are allowed to register and use this right here, which is in Arabic, which has, not only does it use different characters than our characters, it's also right to left. And yet, this is the way they communicate, and we have full support for it. But how come they are not able to use it? So, in this example, the email address field, right? We actually have 2 steps of the way. First of all is accept. So, if I am able to type and tilde, okay, it's accepting. It means that I'm able to type a different character that's not ASCII. Okay, so we passed acceptance. Now we need to validate that when I submit my address to the form that's right here, it needs to be able to parse or incorporate this thing. And this is often where we see it failing. When it's right here, it says, this is not a valid email address. If it's not a valid email address, then what happens is it did not even validate. So it will not progress to store. So it ends even earlier, right? It ends even earlier. So let's suppose it validated. Then we need to store. What is this? So this is, all the different databases you see around, like SQL, right? Or NoSQL, or any database that your company or that your university or business uses. The storage part is making sure that that database will be able to insert that information containing, let's say in our example, or and tilde. And more than that, when you recall that from the database, it needs to be able to process this information. So we are talking about different components here at the end of the day. Do you see? So here for acceptance, we are talking about, let's say, a field. So here is basically HTML, right? Or whatever software you're using, if it's a user interface, let's say Python. We're talking about languages here. Validation usually takes place at the library level, right? So an example of a library would be iDNA, which does translation of addresses, right? Like it's the thing that does, or different things like Torch or anything like that. Here's at the library level. Storage is happening at the database level, like SQL. Processing depends on the system, but mostly we're talking about the library again. And then to display, right, so that the user can see this thing, we're talking about Firefox, my favorite browser, with my beautiful writing. So when you look at this, right, like it's not that simple, right? Because what that means is we need to be talking to different people about different things so that this will not take place. If we corner everybody from the languages side, the coding languages side, right? We still need to talk to the library people, and then to the people who work on storage, and then so it looks complicated, and it used to be complicated, right? Because what happens at the end of the day is that when you look at the results that we were getting into very recently, this is not good, right? So here's how this is working right now to our latest results. So if you have up to 3 letters, a new short domain, you're good. 95% acceptance of let's say your email is within statistical boundaries of acceptability. So pretty much you're good. If you're in the 4+ range, it's not looking bad, right? Like 80%, it keeps growing a tiny bit every year. That's good. If you implement an IDN after the @sign, so if you're using a script that's not ASCII, here at this position, you're already looking at the 50% area. But when you put this at the top level domain level, if you're bringing this to the actual, the last position, you're already in this range, which comparatively is still very good if you're trying to do, say, Arabic. So this is Arabic. Arabic, we're looking at around 10%. This is where we stand, right? Because this is where we were. This is not good. This is not good at all. This is not where we want to be. It doesn't look competitive, especially because the alternate blockchain-based solutions and things like that are being built already on UTF-8, right? Like we're lagging behind them. If you were to choose what's more natural to you, you would opt to use one of those solutions and not the DNS, which are closed solutions only people. The DNS is not owned by anybody. The DNS is ours. It's a global good, and the fact that we're seeing these statistics is the sort of thing that makes me think, are we doing a good job with it, right? So here's why this sort of thing happens.
Mark?
Yep, go for it, Daniel.
Can I jump in?
Please, as much as you want.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very happy because we managed to bring Dr. Nitin Valia. He is vice chair of Universal Acceptance Steering Group. He kindly joined us because Dr. Ajay Data had a health emergency. Unfortunately, we wish him the best for recovering. And let me check if Dr. Nitin is here with us. Can you hear us, Nitin?
Yes, I can hear you very well, and I
Yes,
am available
yes.
here.
Okay, thank you. So, Mark, if you excuse me, can I bring the floor back to Claire to introduce Dr. Nitin, and we hear from him since he is in India. It's quite late night, so I don't want to spend his evening now.
Oh yeah,
We
please
get back
do.
to you, Mark, in a few moments.
Yeah, Nitin is like one of the main pillars of the USG community. It's really good to have him here, and I can pick back up whenever. Nitin, please, pleasure seeing you, brother, and I'll hand it back over to Claire for you to be able to talk to.
Thanks, Daniel. Thanks, Mark, for that presentation. As a matter of fact, you really did a deep dive, Mark, because you spoke about a lot of the things that Albert started in his overview, but you went into a lot more technical details in that presentation. So we will hold your questions for now, because I'm sure there will be some questions for you. And as Daniel said, we will move on to Natine, and I think we have a bio for you, Natine, but I will read it in the meantime. Natine Walia is the vice chair of the EAI, which is the email internationalization working group. He has over 20 years experience in email, internet technologies, and security. He is currently the director of Data XGen Technologies, a company well known for making the first fully EAI-ready email software available, serving over 50 million email users worldwide. He is an advocate for EAI and IDN, which is the international domain names, for many years, and has delivered multiple presentations and international platforms. He regularly attends ICANN public meetings, IGF, which is the International Governance Forum, and works with the APTLD. So I think that might be either Africa or Asia top-level domain, and is also the NASCOM Product Council and part of the National Committee to develop model RFP templates for software products under the NPSP in India. Well, I'm not sure what that one means. You see, when we talk about all the acronyms in this, the internet sphere, as the working group for the vice chair, Natine wants to build on the good work accomplished thus far and increase UA awareness and UAI readiness. And I just want to say, we thank you for being able to step in at such short notice, Natine. And this meeting today was actually going to be Dr. Data's last presentation as the chair of the Universal Acceptance Steering Committee. So we wish him all the best as he moves on. And Natine, we welcome you to join us and to do a presentation. And you're going to be speaking about the benefits of UA for business and innovation. So we look forward to that presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire, and good evening, good afternoon, good morning, everyone, as per your time zones. I think before I start, Daniel, you have your hands up. So do you really want to speak something?
No, I just have some questions with you. So after your introduction.
Oh, perfect. Okay. So yes, this was a scheduled presentation to be given by the USG chair, Dr. Ajay Data, but unfortunately on a last minute health issues, he was not able to, join the call, and he has given his sincere apologies for the same, that, he was not able to deliver this, very important presentation to the community. And, he has requested me to, step in and do the best I can do. I know, being a chair, what he must have delivered would not be possible for me, at least, to, to justify his position, but definitely, I'll try to do my best. So as far as the topic is concerned, because my dear buddy Mark has been talking a lot about UASG and already given you deep insights about the UASG working groups, what UASG is doing, and what are the benefits of UASG actually. So, Daniel, I think Mark was in the middle of the presentation. So, do you want him to finish the presentation first, or should I continue?
Well, we
you
can do some
continue.
continue now. Yep,
Yes,
with the
you
business
continue
case.
because Mark got into a lot more technical, and we really want to hear some of the business and innovation, and we will come back to that after.
Sure. Thank you, Claire. So, friends, just to share with you, I'm not going to give you any kind of a technical stuff or any kind of a presentation. I will be doing a lot of communication with you in terms of the things which I can share with you about what all has happened, recently in universal acceptance and the achievements which are there, which the various working groups were able to achieve jointly with the sincere efforts in past couple of years. So firstly, congratulations to you all for joining this call because it's one of the UA Day initiative which is happening globally. The global event happened in India on the 28th of last month, April, wherein the board members from the ICANN and the interim CEO and the president of ICANN, including the board chair Tripti, was here in India to discuss and talk about purely universal acceptance. So universal acceptance is currently in deep radar of ICANN, and it's one of the primary initiative which ICANN really want to drive. We all know that when you talk about UA consists of two things: domain names and email addresses. So the objective of UA is that the domain names and email addresses are accepted as good as the other domain names and email addresses, all the kind of applications and websites. The problem statement was that after the launch of the IDN domain names and when we have the EI email addresses over them, the majority of the softwares and the websites were not supporting these two things. Neither they are allowing to enter the IDN domain names, nor they are allowing to enter the EI email addresses on these domain names. With the efforts which has been made jointly by the community and the UA working group, we have now the success story and case studies in place wherein the use of EI and IDN has really shown the results. Before I share with you these success stories, let me just tell you that majority of the people in the internet community says that the applications and the softwares are not ready because they do not see any business sense into the into making these applications ready for UA, which we differ actually. The data shows that the majority of the population, which is more than 65% population globally, is deprived to use internet because of one issue, which is language. The Latin as a English, the community who can read, write in English is able to communicate over the internet and also able to use the email services. But the other part of the community, which is completely language driven, who cannot read, write in English, they are getting deprived from the internet services. And this is bringing a big digital divide among these two communities. And when we talk about the business sense, actually, bringing these population or this community who is deprived to use internet online is $1 billion opportunity. Companies who will invest now will have the success stories to be told in future actually. people who are delaying in making their software application or websites UA ready are losing the business on day-to-day basis. If a person who cannot read, write in English is coming to a website and unable to give his ID and email address or EI email address, basically, you're losing the business. And this is the biggest challenge which we all have to resolve. Here in India, the scenario is much different. We have almost 88% of the total population which cannot read, write in English. Not just that, we have more than hundreds of languages which are being used in day-to-day communication in written and oral. Out of them, 22 are the recognized national languages. So you can imagine countries like China or countries like Russia who are having just one language to solve. For India, it is a very big issue because we have multiple scripts and multiple languages. Still, the government of India, .in registry, is able to launch 22 language script ID and domain names. And the adoption on those domain names have started picking in. And the reason behind that was that registry is playing a very important role. They are not just providing the domain name. They are also creating a platform to serve these customers through their registrars by offering an email address also along with this domain name. Because anybody who buys a domain name needs two basic services: website and email address. And if this has been facilitated to them by their own registry or registrars, they do not need to hunt into the market for any service provider. So basically, the role which the email service providers or the hosting service providers were supposed to play, but because they were not playing their role properly, registry has to pitch in between and start offering those services. The benefit of that was that every domain name which is getting booked now in India is getting that email address free of cost from the registry. So from day one, a registrant who is having this domain name is able to communicate and use this domain name without any hindrance. Not just that, the government has also come up with the multilingual universal acceptance policy for increasing the adoption and penetration, because we all know that government has to come on the front seat if they want to really implement anything into their country. Here in India, one state which is known as Rajasthan, from where I belong, a city, Jaipur, also known as Pink City, that state has even taken a further initiative. They are now providing an email in local language, which is Hindi, to every citizen on this ID and domain names. So we have a domain name called Rajasthan.in and Rajasthan.bharat, which is in Hindi, and Rajasthan.in in English. Every citizen is getting two email addresses, free of cost from the government. And not just that, they can communicate on these email addresses among themselves, anywhere in the world, and with the government also. More than 7 million users have already been created in a short span of time on this single ID and domain name, who are having these EI email addresses. Which means that governments are now understanding the value and power which these ID and domain names and EI email addresses can bring by bringing these deprived people who cannot read, write in English or communicate in English to come online. Following that, further other states in India, including Karnataka and others, have also started adopting that. So a global use case is happening here in India, actually. And I think that story is very important for you all to understand that there is a huge value proposition and a business case which is lying in your hand. If you really want to be the leader or the first timer in your area, to grab these customers who are left because of the language constraint, then you must ensure that your email and your websites and your softwares are UA ready. I'm also a co-chair on for the EI working group, and I'm happy to share that recently in ICANN 76 Cancun, after almost 2 years of hard work, our working group was able to successfully launch the guide for all the email service providers who want to test their email server EI readiness. That guide is available on our website, usd.tech, and openly available to all. So any data center company, any email service provider, or any hosting company who wants to test their email servers can download that guide and evaluate the level and the position which their email service provider have. We have categorized the services in 3 parts: silver, gold, and platinum. Silver means all email services which are able to send and receive emails from between each other, among, will fall into the silver category. Gold will be those email services which are able to also provide email address into local languages. And platinum would be those who give both silver and gold, plus the value addition features like auto downgrading and multiple other things. So I will request you all do spare some time, visit usd.tech website and download this guide so that you can evaluate your email system accordingly. I think, Daniel, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer that.
Hi, Nitin. First of all, thank you for your brilliant speech. I think you brought a lot of updates and build a perfect case for the adoption of UA principles. And I want to speak with you from this side of the world, since you are in India, and we are here in the Latin America and the Caribbean. Since we began the engagement about universal acceptance, we thought and we received feedback from people here around like, okay, Daniel, but we don't have as much international scripts, different scripts as the Asia region. We are Latin America, we use ASCII, especially the Caribbean, right? Most of the countries speaks English.
Yes.
So the questions we received that, Daniel, why it makes sense for us? Why should we engage on this? I'm sure you have many answers, and we developed this over the time, but I think it's important to hear from you. Why we should be as concerned as you are in Asia about universal acceptance? This is my question. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. So thank you, Daniel, for your question. And I think this is one of the same thing which majority of the English community who are not having the language constraints would always have in mind, actually. But my friend, the important thing is, do the people in your region want to do business only with your own community, or they want to reach to the world? If they want to increase their penetration globally, then yes, they have to make their systems ready with UA. Because if your services are sold online today, any customer sitting in any part of the world will be allowed to subscribe that. If your systems are not UA ready, for an example, I'm sitting in India, and if I have my email address, which is in Devanagari Hindi, and you are an online website selling some services, if I want to subscribe your services, and I want to give my Hindi email address during the sign up, you will not accept if you, because you are not ready, you're ready. So eventually you will lose that business. So the first and foremost thing is becoming UA ready makes a business sense. If you really want to do a business with the global community, then your softwares and your application cannot be legacy. You have to go with the time, and you have to ensure that your applications are UA ready. Not just that, if you are a software company or you are having a software product, then definitely I believe that you will not be only selling those services in Latin America. You will be having an eye in every part of the world where your marketing team can take you down and wish to sell those services. Now, if the government, like Government of India, is making it mandatory that any software application which is getting purchased here in India, specifically in the government sector, should be UA ready. So in that case, you will not be able to qualify and do a compliance of UA readiness. So you're losing the business again. So see it from the angle of the monetization and making money out of your achievement, which you will be able to do with the UA. If you really are serious for your business, then becoming UA ready is not a problem for you. It's just a bug in your application and a software, which you have to just resolve and resolve it once. Because it is just not the ID and domain names. It's also the matter of the other long English domain names, which your software might not be accepting even today. Because there are a lot of applications wherein it has been hard coded that a domain name would be consisting of 3 or 4 characters. So in that case, even the ASCII domain name or English domain name, which is a long domain name, recently been launched, might not be also getting accepted into your application. That is also a UA problem. UA is not just the language. UA is that all domain names should be getting accepted into your application. So if you resolve that issue, automatically you will also love to resolve the issue of the Unicode and of Unicode. So make your systems ready in one go. That's my take on that.
Nitin, what you just said, I'm sure it is recorded and should be reproduced in many forums from now on the region. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Because you not just build the case, but you also told us the demand that is coming from the big adoption of internationalized address in your region. And
yes,
we must be ready. Thank you so
yes.
much. And I see many questions are popping up. I will ask Claire to come and coordinate the Q&A part. And from my side, thank you so much for your words.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you so much, Daniel. Thank you, Natine, for that presentation. And I am looking forward to the tag team between you and Daniel with some more questions. I'm sure Daniel has a list of them. We just have one comment in the chat, and the comment is that there are Hindi, Ruda, and I'm not sure how you pronounce that.
There are Hindi, Urdu, and Bhojpuri speakers in Caribbean. Mostly
Right.
the elders. Some Rajasthani descents are here also in Guyana and Jamaica. Lovely.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying you. So you have people in Caribbean region from every community, including the people who are communicating in local languages of India. So what about those customers? Do you really want to serve them or not? If you really want to serve them, you have to be UA ready.
Yes, and there's a question from Patrick Anglin. So that comment was from Donny Ramsudar, and we have a question from Patrick Anglin, and I was telling him he could raise his hand and ask his question, but apparently he's shy.
I have raised my hand, Claire.
Oh, okay, all right. Go ahead, Patrick.
I First of all, morning everyone, or afternoon. Nitin.
Yes, Patrick.
Really wonderful intervention from you. And I'm really enjoying the discussion since morning. And I actually am enjoying just being a part of this particular session. Thank you very much. Also, Daniel and Mark's presentation was excellent from my perspective. But I'm curious, one of the presenters used the example of a newsletter. So let's use that example as a case study, as it were. So you have customers and you want them to access your service. So therefore, you make your systems UA compliant for them to enter their email address, for your information to be validated, according to what Mark said, then stored, then processed, and then displayed back. But you have a service that you're delivering. Now, UA is just a part of the ecosystem to deliver that service. But unless the newsletter, for example, is in the language that the person wants, then they still are not able to access the service. So I'm using that as the launching pad for my question. My question is, what are the other elements of an ecosystem that would allow us to maximize the potential or even the impact of UA, because UA is from the system's perspective. And there are other elements of an ecosystem in business to deliver a service or a product. So are we looking at that, or are we only looking at UA from a technical perspective?
Thank you for your question, Patrick. And frankly speaking, it's just not these delivery platforms. UA as a whole applies to all kinds of applications, whether it is a mailing list, whether it is an anti-spam service, whether it is a desktop client, whether it is a mobile client, mobile apps, and all kinds of softwares who store, process, display any kind of data. Because for an example, you have LinkedIn, you have Twitter, you have Facebook. Now, these kind of services not only allow you to create a profile wherein you can give the entire information into the local language, including your website address and your domain name and your email address, basically, but also allows you to create your account with that email address. That is one of the most important things which we are looking from these service providers. Same is the scenario with any kind of an online shopping app, be it Amazon, eBay, Walmart. Everywhere the need is there that your applications should allow a user to create his account with this particular identity, which is now being given to them, and also allow them to create their profiles into the local languages. I always quote one very beautiful example, actually, which I would like to share here with the community. Normally, whenever we travel any part of the world, so for an example, if you go to UAE, Dubai, you will find that majority of the signages, majority of the display boards are always in Arabic, because they are addressing to majority of the community which is local. However, 85% of the population in Dubai are not local. They are people who have traveled down from almost every part of the world to work there. But for them, they have English, but they are not losing the essence of their Arabic thing into that. And we all know that in every region where the language is playing the major role, whenever you want to address any community, which is your local community, and if you are giving an advertisement into any newspaper or any TV channel, you try to use the local language, you don't use English. But you do two mistakes actually there. The entire advertisement is always into the local language. But in the end, when you ask somebody to reach you as a good business lead, you share with them two blunders. One, a domain name into an English language, which is your website, and an email address, which is also in English. If you really want to serve only the English community, then why you have given an advertisement into the local language? Because you know that majority of the persons who are going to buy your services will be from the local language community, but you are losing your sense by giving them the way of contact only in English, because of which you lose the majority of the leads and business case. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nita. I'm not seeing any more questions or comments in the chat. Are there any hands raised in the? Daniel, did you have any other questions?
So I would like to follow up with Patrick's contribution before Nitin joined us about some examples, some success case you could share, Nitin, about upgrading email systems to UA ready. Do you know? I know that Icon already did a good job on adopting the UA principles, but do you have any example of company in your region who adopted UA, and if they managed to do it with certain amount of costs, whether there are some costs or not, and what are the best resources for technicians to go through some UA readiness process?
Sure. Thank you, Daniel. So as far as the researchers is concerned, I think the UASG working groups, which is the tech working group, and the website, which is usg.tech, is having ample amount of documents and case studies, and also the help documents available online. So anybody who's keen to know more about upgrading their systems for UA, I always tell them to visit the website, because it's been almost like 8 years that our entire teams working in various working groups have created these documents, not only by ourselves, but also we have hired a lot of experts and invested heavy amount of money to create these documents, not only in English, but also in other languages also. So on the usg.tech, when you visit the website, you will find a lot of case studies and the documents and the help documents, which are there, including the presentations, into various local languages, which will help them up to upgrade their systems for UA. Your second part of the question, which you were talking about, that about the email service providers who have upgraded their systems. ICANN is in the process. They are in phase 1 manner. But when you talk about Google, yes, on Google, you cannot host the email addresses, but yes, you can send and receive email from any IDN domain name or any EI email address. They are completely ready for that. Same is the case with Office 365 Microsoft. Microsoft is also phase 1 ready. You can send and receive email from any email address, and there would not be any issue or challenges. In Thailand, we have THNIC. In China, we have Core Mail, which is completely UA ready now. You can even host the email addresses in Chinese on Core Mail. Here in India, XGen, the company I represent, basically, we are already serving 50 million users globally who are able to communicate into all kind of local languages and can have email addresses any language or script. So we claim that any language or script in which the ideal domain name is available, we will support you. Wherever you are sitting in any part of the world, XGen is there to help you out. We are also offering the test bed for all kind of companies who have an ID and domain name and want to test the services, how EI work. So you can visit the website, which is xgenplus.com. I will also type that into the chat. And we are offering both kind of test beds. You can host your ID and domain name free of cost with us and experience EI with us. Or in case, if you are a large company or a service provider, then we can also deploy the software into your own data center on which you can do the POC and do a free trial run to experience EAI. So these are the few success stories and cases wherein the few of the service providers have already invested heavily and all are EAI ready.
Nathan, I have a question for you. Claire speaking.
Sure, Claire.
Because we're talking about the whole value proposition of this for business and innovation. And we really appreciate the fact that ICANN has devised a UA Day and is promoting the importance of universal acceptance. However, how do we really take this forward and get the kind of traction that we need? You know, having these small events is just a small start in the initiative, but how do we ensure that we can attract government ministers, let's say our tourism sector or educational partners to be part of this and to share the message, as well as how do we ensure that even in our educational institutions, they recognize that as part of their IT programs, that they need to be developing these kinds of skills for the young people who are coming up now. What are some of the things that we can do to engender that kind of development, especially for us, small island developing nations here in the Caribbean?
Sure, Kia. So firstly, as rightly said by you, it's just a start, not the end. UA Day celebration has just begun. It's just few days story. That 28th April, we started this UA Day thing. And this thing is not ending here. It will be continued throughout the year and for upcoming years now, that we would be having the regular dialogues, regular meetings, regular presentations, both online and offline, talking in all part of the world about UA. As far as the second part of your question is concerned, that how to get your government and other departments like education in getting involved for this UA important implementation. In every government, specifically in every country, actually, you have the GAG members from ICANN, actually, who are already talking about the UA and its importance. However, few adoptions has to be done by your government. So maybe you can drop me an email. I would be happy to share with you the UA policy, which has been recently been drafted by Government of India. So that policy you can share with your government officials, wherein it clearly talk about the long-term approach and a short-term approach which government will going to take in terms of making their systems UA ready. In which, for the short term, they have already decided that now in majority of the universities and the schools, where the curriculum was only in English and the computer applications, which were only talking about the ASCII domain names and email addresses, will now have EAI, universal acceptance, language as a part of their curriculum. Also, anybody who's doing an education in terms of engineering, doctorate, or law will be allowed by the university to do the entire study into the local language. So they have removed the hindrance and the barrier of English. That until unless you do not know English, you cannot take the education. Any language which is recognized in India, they will be able to do the appear for the examinations. and will also be able to clear those examinations into the local languages. So a lot of things are happening in the various parts of the world. So I think these UA Day events will give more insights in days to come in both physical and online format. And I will also request everyone, including the community people out there in your Caribbean region, to subscribe themselves on a UA discuss list, because a lot of information is getting shared on UA discuss to the community. That's a mailing list on which all achievements, all happening around the globe in terms of UA is regularly being shared, not only in a mailing list format, but also on the website we are uploading the same. Thank you.
Thanks for that. As a matter of fact, I like the suggestion about the working with the GAC members. We actually have a GAC member on the call today, one of the GAC representatives from Trinidad and Tobago. So we can certainly get him to help us in that regard. So that I like that, as well as the UA discussion list that you spoke to. There are a couple of other follow-up questions from Patrick. Patrick seems to be the spokesperson for us this today. And he said, is there an intersection between UA and information security and data protection spaces? Now, I know ICANN doesn't really go into those areas, but can you speak to that at this point?
See, frankly speaking, for UA, we basically talk about the domain names and email addresses.
Right.
But with my personal experience, what I can tell you is that yes, the intersection between the UA and the security and the data protection space is always there. In fact, you will see that majority of these spams, majority of the mass mailings and bulk mailings which are happening on these ASCII domain names, you will not find those happening on these IDN domain names. So if you use an IDN domain name today, you will be away from almost 90% of the spam which is happening, and also you will be away from the hacking and the data privacy and protection issues, because majority of these spammers or majority of these hackers are currently not aware about the adoption and the penetration which is happening in terms of UA and IDNs. So it's not an easy use case for them, and neither they are having any bait on that, because for them these hacking and breaching of the security data is a commercial angle, and until unless we do not have a large number of users globally available into those native languages and IDN domain names, the security will not be that much hindrance or a challenge over that.
Thank you. And another question from Patrick again is just following up on what I asked. Are there any testimonials from universities outside the Caribbean and Latin America re-UA adoption? I know you spoke a little bit of some of that in terms of the languages, but can you say a little bit, are there specific universities who have introduced programs?
Outside Caribbean and Latin America, yes. Here, if I talk about in India, we have a lot of universities like Symbiosis and Rajasthan universities, and other part of the country, we have multiple universities who, with the help of the .in registry, has now adopted the IDN domain name, is also having a website into the local language, and also offering the email addresses to all the students and the faculty members who are there into their universities. So they are anyway becoming a part of this global community or who is adopting the UA and its initiative.
Thank you for that. And I'm seeing Carol Douglas from TAT has his hand up. Carol, you may go ahead.
Good afternoon, Claire. Good morning, good evening to everybody. This is Carol Douglas from the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, also a representative for Trinidad and Tobago at the GAC, together with Shelley and Clark Hines. But my simple question, or if there's a question, more comment, is of course initially to thank you, Claire, and your team for this fantastic webinar to educate us all on the importance of universal acceptance. And at least from the GAC perspective, not that I'm speaking for the GAC because there is a leadership team, but these are important matters for us as well at the GAC. So I'm quite happy when you mentioned that these are issues that really and truly should be the forefront and be brought to the government so that they could in turn put the necessary systems in place and make sure that the communities, different communities, business, and education and so forth, put things in place. By all means, that is something that we certainly would want to support. At the next GAC meeting in Washington, D.C., ICANN 77, I'm hoping that there will be an opportunity for us to discuss some of these issues, in greater detail and how the logistics of putting things in place can work. Let me take this opportunity as well to invite members who may be attending the GAC. We will be having a capacity building day on the 11th. That's our day 0 before the meeting. Of course, hopefully some of these issues, if you're not familiar with the issues, by all means come and we could hopefully get someone to explain it to you. But thank you so much, Claire. It's been an honor and a pleasure to be a part of this.
Thank you, Carol. And for those of you who may not know, again, the acronyms, the GAC is the Government Advisory Committee. And so it represents the voice of the governments of the different countries who are part of ICANN. As you know, ICANN is a multi-stakeholder organization where every voice is, there's an opportunity for every voice to be heard. It's bottom up from end user, drives the decisions, drives the policies, and that happens there. Okay, are there any other questions or comments at this point in time? We still have quite some time, so please keep your questions and comments coming. Are there any? I'm not seeing any hands raised. There is a comment from Dale Wilson in the chat, and Dale says, ongoing awareness and education in all sectors will be important. Stakeholders must either 1, have a natural care for UA, and 2, be shown the value of UA. Most will not do this for just the greater good. So it's a comment, but again, I think it speaks to the how do we do this. Yes, the awareness sessions that we're doing, that's a start, but I think for on the ground, more needs to be done. And to a certain extent, we can't think of ourselves as too small to make an impact. I think everybody has an opportunity, and I really like the idea of the ambassadors. Would any of you like to share anything more on the ambassadors at this time? The UA ambassadors.
Sure. So as far as the UA Ambassador Program is concerned, although we always have the openings for the right candidates who really want to represent about the UA into their region. So anybody who want to take, it's a volunteer work basically, so anyone who really want to come step forward can visit the usd.tech website, and we have an ambassador program which is running throughout the year, and there's an application form. Anybody can apply that with its credentials, and in every monthly meeting, these applications are being reviewed by the UUSD leadership, and the appointment of the UA ambassadors are being done. So I think what Pierre has said, that UA Ambassador Program is one of the prime program through which any person from any part of the region who really want to step forward to work for their community, I think they must join that. And Mark was here. Mark was also one of our champion, and the UA ambassador earlier. So he was always on the forefront when it comes to UA and EI and IDN initiatives. And similar to him, we have a lot many other EU ambassadors in various parts of the regions who are regularly, addressing the UA challenges and problems into their community and regions. So even in Mexico, we have one EU ambassador who has recently been appointed. So in your region, I think anyone who really want to step forward, he's always welcome and can take this initiative of UA ambassadorship.
Oh, sorry. Thank you for that information. And I think it's one of the areas, Albert Daniel, that Albert Daniels and Daniel Fink. I think it's one of the things that we would want to follow up on following this initiative, to really get some of our Caribbean participants involved in the universal awareness as best as we can, as well as the ambassadors program. I'm not seeing any questions or chats, so I think that, and we've already heard from Daniel on the stakeholder action plan. So I just wish to thank Nathan for his presentation this morning, this afternoon, this evening, wherever you are. Thank you for spending the time with us again at such short notice, and to step in for Dr. Data, who had a medical emergency and could not be with us today. I will now, I think Daniel has his hand up. Go ahead, Daniel.
Okay, I just want to congratulate you, Claire, for this brilliant event. I love the discussion. Thank you very much, Nitin, for replacing Dr. Data. We wish him the best on his recovery. And if you have a chance to talk with him, please congratulate him. We really appreciate all the work that he has done as UA chair. This was supposed to be his last appearance into the community as on his role. And we wanted to do a small party for him, but I'm doing it now.
So thank you so much.
I think he moved all the road around universal acceptance brilliantly during all these UA Day efforts. And I think it really matters, really made a big difference. Just to wrap up, I would like to just tell you that usually when we introduce universal acceptance for the first time to some people, the first impression they have is like, oh, is this a product or service? So, and your answer should be, no, these are principles that should be adopted for everyone, and it is completely open. So I'm sure that after hearing to Nitin, most of you that are business leaders and innovators and entrepreneurs, you already caught the opportunity, right? So I'm sure about it. So please take the opportunity, and everything is open. You have the best experts available to you at any time. So let's move this forward. This is just a first talk that we are doing to all of you. And our wish is to have some long-term partnership anytime. So we have the ambassador opportunities. We have more training going on. We have a beautiful website of UASG with all the references. So we are here for you to explore all the opportunities that you may have on this new wave of a truly multilingual internet. So this is my final message. Congratulations again. Big hello to Karel. Good to see you here, Karel. And let's keep in touch. Thank you.
So Claire speaking again. Daniel, we're not finished yet. I'm seeing some comments from persons who would have some questions for Mark. So I think Mark is still here. Are there any questions? Yes, questions for Mark. Can you please raise your hands, and Mark will take your questions at this time.
I think Dev is trying to raise his hand.
Okay, Dev, go ahead.
Right. Thank you very much. Dev Anantalak Singh, Trinidad and Tobago Computer Society. Great. This has been a great session. I guess I have a question regarding one of the I guess one of the security challenges regarding IDNs, and that's when characters that visually look like the Latin characters could be used to spoof a website. So, for example, like switching the letter I for a Cyrillic I, which visually looks the same to when you're looking at it in the browser, but potentially it's going it is going to an entirely different site. So I don't know if anybody wants to talk about that security challenge, which I believe is what it's called, IDN homograph attack. Maybe I've gotten that term wrong, but I just throw it out to Mark or Daniel or whoever.
Yeah, thank you so much. That does come up, and it is called an IDN homograph attack. It is something that, from a practical perspective, the thing that happens is we have had problems with this more in the past. So around 2017, when browsers still had not fully transitioned to code bases that took into account names that included universal acceptance, we did have some problems with Chrome and Firefox where it was possible to exploit this sort of thing. And mostly it was done under proof of concept. And at the end of the day, it is when it happens in the wild, so to say, it is more or less the same thing as when you switch an I for an L or something like that. The serious problem we experienced was in 2017. And nowadays what happens is all the mitigation that takes place, most of the mitigation that takes place, better said, has to take place at the registry side. So for those unfamiliar, those are the manager/owner of the domain, of the TLD, the top level domain itself. And we have adopted a series of different provisions to address that at the registry level. This is something that they have been discussing how to address and how to mitigate. And the different language generation panels, which are independent groups of expert linguists over at ICANN, they do a lot of work as well to make sure that this is being properly addressed and looked into in a way that avoids conflicts. One thing that we do is to avoid script mixing. So even when I was doing the research for the top websites and those statistics, it was my team that did part of that, some of the years of that. So even I was trying to register intentionally something that mixed alternate characters, say from Cyrillic with Latin, and all registries that I tried were not letting me, for example. So I reached the conclusion, hey, this is actually working from their side, right? It doesn't stop more casual in-language problems. So say, if you start deploying the domain name a certain way, let's say with an accent, then yeah, the fallback is not covered by that, the one without accent. But then it's just a matter of owning both of them, right? It's just a matter of owning both of those. I wonder, Nitin has a lot of on-the-ground experience, but I don't know if this is as relevant in the Indian region. I wonder if he would like to add anything to my initial statement.
Thank you, Mark. So I think the homography issue is a problem, which is initially it was into when the IDN domain names was being launched actually. As rightly mentioned by Mark, majority of the software browsers specifically have already dealt with that. And this issue is actually, when we talk about the defense of this issue, there are two methods actually. One was on the client side, which is through the browsers, and another one is on the server side. So, on the server side, because whenever you pass any domain name, so you generally, write the domain name into your local language, but finally it has to be converted into Unicode. And then it goes to the application and the database store actually, from where it would be stored, processed, and displayed. So there, the intelligence has already been built by a lot of applications nowadays to ensure that these homography attacks are being well taken care of. So when anybody try to spoof in and try to have these kind of domain names, first the registries don't allow to book these kind of domain names with misscripting. Even few registries who have still not implemented that, if people try to book from there, these registries, when receiving the complaints, are blocking these domain names and taking the legal actions also. This has happened recently here in India also, that a few of the domain names who look like similar to other service providers, they have in fact blocked the entire registrars, who are providing those services. And these were through the court orders, by the High Court in Delhi, wherein the entire 3 global registrars got blocked. So there's a fear factor which is already getting built against these attacks and against this issue. But yes, the challenge is there, but and the problem is there. But with the problem, there is also a problem statement and the solution which is also available, and which is being getting addressed very well. So the issue of homography attack would not be there in future and would be mitigated in a very proper fashion. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark and Nitin, for those answers. I have a question, though, as it relates to developers and webmasters, specifically talking about the value proposition for them. We talked about business, but as a website developer, designer, webmaster, or software developer, what opportunities might there be for them in this regard? We would have seen that the COVID pandemic made it so much easier for persons to work remotely. With this, people becoming more aware of the universal acceptance, are there opportunities for people in these careers at this time?
I will go ahead. So yes, actually it was one of the, when I started my consultancy in 2016 or 17, it was actually one of the first products that I offered, was the ability to help people convert their systems to universal acceptance. So I can say for sure that this was actually a very good business opportunity for me, because I was providing a unique service. Even being based in Brazil, I ended up having clients in different countries, and that was very good for my business. It was a platform that allowed me to grow a lot, from being a small enterprise. I'm still a small enterprise, but a bigger one now. So the thing is, it's a differentiating factor, and we from the Latin American and Caribbean region, who speak English, who speak different languages, from the, let's say, Spanish or Portuguese, we are at an advantage to be able to serve international markets with this sort of solution at a competitive rate. Same is true for India and China and other very competitive countries like that. So on top of it being something that's good, and something that's, makes sense from a basic human rights, from a technology perspective, it is also an opportunity that we could be exploring more to provide the services, right? We are very engaged actually here in the LAC region with this team. I'm just struggling to see more developers get hands-on with this. So this is a very pertinent question because it is the next step. How do we get our developers to see this A as something for the future, and B, something that they can actually generate money with, that they can actually generate business opportunities for themselves, right? Like getting these kids in university to learn this and deploy it in the real world, make it into a service, make a name for themselves internationally, make some money and make the world better. Like it sounds like a good combination, right? So definitely relevant, and those would be my comments for now.
Great, but thanks for that. How does one get into that? So I'm a developer. This is not something that I do on my job. It is not being taught as an option in my university. Is there training that is available? What would I do as my next steps?
So, developers are very used to this method that I'll describe. You literally go here, you read the technical documentation, and you're good to go. There are, of course, trainings by the UASG. Definitely reach out to Danielle, to Nitin, to me, to Sarmad Hussain, who is or was on the call. So there are regular trainings, but as a developer, you're pretty used to just reading technical documentation and making something out of it. And luckily, in the last few years, this has increased dramatically, right? I think Nitin can attest to that. We have been working so hard on getting like the right documents out there, actual coding language specifications, library specifications, things that developers can just go and implement. It wasn't the focus of this presentation, but the resources are finally here. It's something new that we're excited about, and we're looking forward to seeing this being deployed. The reason you're not seeing it yet is because it's very new. It's things that we have finished in the past 1 or 2 years. But, whoever gets to this market early, it's our advice. Get in early. Most that will happen is you cause positive impact on the internet. Best case scenario, maybe you'll be making good business out of this.
Great, I like that. Get in early. So all the developers, webmasters on this call, here is an opportunity for you. Nathan, do you want to add anything there before we move into the next, the second to last presentation?
Sure, yeah. So as rightly mentioned by Mark, actually, USG is, having the special programs for these developers who really want to have some kind of an education and a learning program. Even we have a test paper on I can learn, wherein anybody can visit the I can learn and have a USG test paper which is available out there with a lot of information. And for our regular programs are there, which are few of the technical programs which specifically talk to the developers and the technical community, which have lengthy sessions completely more in technical details that how to resolve this UA problem into their softwares and their websites. So anybody who is keen can join these programs which are happening. And before I wrap up, I also would wish to share with you that as far as the Latin America is concerned, or your Caribbean region is concerned, in UASG, we also have the local initiative programs. So anyone who want from your community or who want to step forward and create a local UA chapter for your community and your region can also apply on USG.tech website and can open a local UA community chapter in your Caribbean region. That will automatically help the Caribbean community, developers, technical communities, and the government to know more, talk more, and have detailed things around UA and ICANN. Also, UASG has also published a specific document which is a help document for procurement of the applications. This is a tender requirement which has been laid down into that document, that whether it is a government or even any individual enterprise or business house who is doing any future software or hardware purchase today must ensure that if they are buying the software, it is universal acceptance ready, so that you do not invest into a legacy application. You invest into an application which is future ready. Also, for the hardware and devices, they are talking about IPv6 readiness. So like we were all talking from last few years for IPv4 and IPv6 thing happening when. Now the similar situation is in the softwares where we are talking about the UA readiness. So if the government and the local enterprises adopt that document and put these necessary conditions into their contracts or in their tender documents, that until the applications are not UA ready, they will not procure it. Automatically, the local community who is even having the applications built into a Latin English will adopt UA and make their softwares UA ready. Thank you.
Thank you so much again for helping us to understand what are our next steps as we move into becoming new UA ready. And I just wanted to share with you one of the items that we at TAT and some of our partners, I am sure the Trinidad and Tobago Computer Society and the Internet Society would be working along with us on this. And it's an initiative that we're hoping to have sometime next year. Can you bring up the slide? Thank you. Yes. It's the Universal Acceptance Hackathon that we would want to host sometime in 2024. We have made a proposal to ICANN for funding for it, but we have not yet, we don't know yet if the proposal has been accepted. But we believe that it is something that we should do regardless. So it's aimed at persons between the ages of 18 to 35 and all genders. This, again, it should be an online type initiative. We haven't worked out the full details yet, so it will be open to the Caribbean region. And your skills, because it's a hackathon, we're looking for computer science, programming, software engineering type skills. So this is, as the slide says, join us for an electrifying day of innovation, creativity, and collaboration at our upcoming hackathon workshop for young adults. So it may or may not be more than a one-day event because it would go into more in-depth training, something that we were not able to do today, since today was just to provide you with an overview of universal acceptance and what are some of the things that you can expect. So let's tackle the real world challenges and create solutions that can make a difference, rolling out universal acceptance ready programs and systems. So we're looking forward to hosting this. So keep your eyes and ears posted for more information on this and hopefully other events that may come out of this. At this point, I would like to turn the session over to Devanand Tiloksing, who you have already met, and I would read his bio before he speaks and gives the vote of thanks and closing remarks for today's session. Can you bring up his bio, please? Thank you. Devanand Tiloksing is Director and Secretary and a founding member of the Trinidad and Tobago Computer Society. Dev holds a degree in electrical and computer engineering from the University of the West Indies. He has been working for the engineering firm Engineering Consultants since 1995. He is a lead drafter of many of the TTCS comments on ICT-related policies in Trinidad and Tobago for the past 15 years and is the lead developer of the TTCS Oswin, a collection of free and open source software for Windows. The CS is an ICANN accredited at-large structure since 2006, and Dev has served as Secretariat for LACRALO from 2009 to 2012. As a member of the ICANN at-large advisory committee, ALAC, and as a member of the ALAC leadership team. In 2019, he received an award by the Caribbean Telecommunications Union for his outstanding contribution to Caribbean internet governance. So I now ask Dev to bring us closing remarks and a vote of thanks.
Thank you very much, Claire. And again, a good afternoon, good morning, and good night to all our participants who have attended this session. I think this has been a very informative session on universal acceptance and learning about how universal acceptance ensures that all the valid domain names and email addresses, regardless of their language, regardless of the script or the length of the characters, can be used equally by all our internet-related enabled, I should say, devices and applications and software systems. So, so I would like to thank Mrs. Cynthia Raddock Downs, the CEO of the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Albert Daniels, the Senior Manager at Stakeholder Engagement for ICANN for the Caribbean region, Mr. Daniel Fink, who's the Stakeholder Engagement Director from Brazil, also from ICANN, and Mr. Mark Tattorg, the Internet Governance and Policies Consultant and Director of a Government Primer and a member of the GNSO Council, and Dr. Nitin Wala, Vice Chair of the EIA Working Group, who graciously stepped in at, which is, very early morning or late at night, who have graciously stepped in for Dr. AJ Datta, the Chairman of the Universal Acceptance Steering Group, who regrettably had a medical issue, and we send his best regards for him. And just also noted that Samad Hussain, the ICANN Senior Director of the IDN and UA programs, who stepped in for a while to answer questions in the chat. Okay, and well, I just want to also thank, obviously, Dr. Claire Craig, the LACRALO's secretary, and the Director of Research for CaribNog, Mr. Niran Bihari, the past president of the ISOC-TT, and Mr. Raj Ramdas, a director at the Restore Sense of ICANN International Limited. Thanks to all of you for putting together this and making this this webinar work so well. And of course, I would like to thank the attendees for actually, for participating and asking questions. And I think we all look forward to working more together and learning more and more about universal acceptance and deploying our future software, hardware to ensure that it's UA ready. So I'll turn it back over to Dr. Claire Craig, who has some housekeeping duties. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Dev. Thank you for doing the vote of thanks, and that you've made my job very easy. At this point, I would just ask all of you attendees, thank you for attending, but you would help us greatly by completing the feedback form, which has been posted in the chat. So please take note of this form. I would suggest that you do it immediately so that you don't forget, and send us your feedback. It would help us to prepare for the future, as well as to understand how we can make things better for you in the future. We really appreciate your taking the time to be with us today. We know that everyone is very busy, but we do appreciate your feedback, your comments, your contribution, and spending time with you. Thanks again. Enjoy the rest of your day, whether it is, or some of you may be heading off to bed at this point in time. Thank you, thank you, thank you once again. And goodbye, everyone.